Okay, I have no clue what I'm doing. This is cursed. Okay. Okay, so Discord said that there was an update all of a sudden, and so I've got to do that right now to put the thing in the thing. Yeah, this might be like the worst stream I've ever done, to be honest. But we'll see. We will see. So I got this capture card, right? For this to work. Oh, you know what I don't have? I don't have a chat. Man, I'm not there we go. I have a chat now. Okay. Pause that though. Okay, so I have to put this in the thing. I'm not on my phone. I take work very seriously. Okay, hopefully that link is good. It looks like not a correct link. Okay, it looks like a correct link now. Okay, so what are we working on today? Well, I had this idea, a stupid, brilliant idea, to... Oh, by the way, what we're listening to right now is like PC 98 music. I was really vibing to it earlier. Okay. So I had this stupid idea to bring Cellular Automata into 3D space, and it's probably going to be like awful, but I nonetheless, that's what I've been working on. And I got a capture card for this computer that has Windows XP. So that's what we're going to be doing it on. And so the idea is maybe it's like an interesting little thing with retro graphics. So that's what I'm going to be programming. And so I'm working on a camera right now. If you want to see what it looks like, well, we can't because I have compile errors. Oh, yeah, I did that because I was... Okay, well, move speed redefinition? That's not true. What are you talking about? Oh, I have a float move speed somewhere. Okay. And why are we mad about this? H-wind undeclared identifier. Okay, so that is true. I do need to make that an extern. If you don't know what I'm talking about at all here, the Win32 API is pretty interesting. They've got a lot of interesting, ways of going about things. So we have to take this, wherever this exists. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, yo, what's up, Arya? Well, you're here in spirit. Always. It's the chess program guy. Yes, it is. Yeah, I had my little 15 seconds of fame. It's kind of crazy. I was not expecting it at all, especially with like a 12-hour fucking video. But then, people just came out of nowhere. That video did get 20,000 views. I think maybe it restored my faith in humanity a little bit, I was very passionate about this thing that I worked very hard on, and I think people saw that and were like, man, that's sick. So I'm happy about it. I was not expecting that at all, though. Yeah, you know how long I was working on the game engine, for so many, 1,000 hours or whatever, for that to be what blows up is crazy. Komoku engine? Is that a different way of saying Go? Like the game of Go? Go seems cool. I never played it though. I have this memory of this friend of mine. We went to this neighborhood bar, and we were playing Go all together. I didn't know how to do it, but then yeah, I mean, I was drunk and high as fuck, and we were walking back, and he had like this fancy ass Go. I don't know, like he got it gifted to him by somebody, and I was the one carrying it for whatever reason, and I dropped that shit, and it was like, night was ruined. Ruined, man. Man, that's a bad memory. But anyway. Okay, so we need to pass an H-win. That's what we need to do. I gotta lock in. Okay. Well, first of all, I have to call the function, actually. Wait, yeah. By the way, the reason why I'm typing so slow and my mouse is so messed up is because if you saw the setup here, there's a lot of cables. Windows.h programming, yeah, the only correct way to program. Yeah, this is like the worst setup ever. Yeah. So what are we mad at me for now? wparam. Oh, see, the thing is, so all of these examples, I've been working through a book, and they do all of their variables like they're writing fucking Java. I don't understand, like, who writes variable names like this, man? It's just so weird. Okay, so this is what the example program I made now, or earlier today. It's just very simple. A light just, you know, starts flying over this triangle. Okay. So why am I using Windows XP? I just think it's fucking cool. And I mean, I have an old computer. I don't have any wealth, so I don't have, you know. Camel Case is very popular over at Windows HQ. Well, that's why I don't get along with them. I think Windows XP is sick, though. I think the way I think about it, man, is that, like, we don't have operating systems anymore. Like, Windows XP was, like, the last operating system that was made. Like, nowadays, it's just, like, I don't know. There's no identity to the operating system at all. And this goes for Linux, too. It's literally just, you know, there's no identity to it. There's no, like, art put into it. At least with Windows XP, what I think is really cool about it is just all of the weird, you know, new agey 2000s shit that's in it that makes it kind of really cool, you know? Like the fucking dog, you know, when you search or whatever, you know, all that shit. It's just, I like it. I think it's a really neat thing. Anyway, so I have to program a camera for the first time in like months, which is not great. I'm trying to get my... Yeah, this is super... Oh god. Okay, hold on. I spent like 30 minutes trying to set this up and trying to route the cords because of all the capture card and all the shit that I had to do to put this together. So... I have 2 computers on this desk right now. So, that dog? Yeah, dude, that dog was awesome. And like the pinball and the games that came with it and shit. I don't know. There's no operating system that came after it that's like that had like this vision for it and this like identity. I think that I don't know. I don't want like a build my own experience, you know. I kind of want to like appreciate someone else's art, you know what I mean? I think that's super cool. That is what I did with the PC. Yeah, I've been working on it because it's awesome. It doesn't have a browser on it. You're not, you know, the operating system is so unsafe that I can't even, you know, connect it to the internet. That's the best part about it, though, is that if I want to get any code onto this thing, I have to do it with a flash drive. Or if I want to get anything off of this thing, I have to do it with a flash drive. And so it means that I actually have to, like, read and shit. So anyway, I copied this code from my engine, from my game engine. I have no clue how this works anymore because it's been so long. But, the annoying thing, though, is that we need to actually figure out how to get, how to get we could do it with I think, okay, so that's what we'll do for now. Let's just not even worry about mouse events, and then let's just delegate the arrow keys to the camera, because otherwise I'm just going to sit here googling for like 20 hours how do I take mouse inputs, and that's kind of not what I want to do right now. I'd rather at least like implement Conway today and then like start to get 3D stuff going on. Is this a VM? No, this is an actual computer running XP. It's kind of a focused operating system. Yeah, I mean it's much better for me to work on than on my computer, because there's no, I can't look something up on Stack Overflow and just copy somebody else's implementation. Like I actually have to like read the documentation and then write it myself, you know? It's and I hate the copying other people's code thing, but that's like the most efficient way to do things nowadays, and I just don't like doing it, so I'd rather not. Okay. So I guess the idea is to change the yaw, and so I'm just going to create a float cam speed, and it'll be 0.1f, I guess. Although that is a lot in terms of pi. And I guess it's just, is this just yaw minus equals cam speed? Can we just do that? And then we'll just have pitch. Yeah. I don't really remember how any of this works. And then we need a pitch too. Yeah, I need to extern these. I would have made like a camera thing, but I mean, it's not like this is going to be a fucking multiplayer experience. No DT? I do have DT. I don't have it externed yet, though. It's just inside of the... It's inside of something. That's how I do the interpolating for the lights. It's here. And I'm using the shitty naming convention that the book uses that I was working on. Oh yeah, I should use DT for this though. Yeah, you have a nice brain on you. Oh man, I wish that I could just name that something and then just like not have to do this. We're gonna call it DT before I lose my mind with typing out time delta every time. Also, the wonderful thing about Visual Studio 2008 is that we don't have LSP, so that's why there's no red squiggly lines over all over stuff, you know, which some might find, you know, unusable, but for me, I actually like it a lot. Where do I actually increment the DT though? I guess just there. I don't know what else I use it for though. Okay, we're just gonna not take this in anymore, and it's just going to be a global. Okay. I did extern it, right? Okay. Where is it set up as a variable though? Okay, well, okay. Okay. Okay, there we go. And this doesn't have an argument anymore. It is quite awkward to work with, I'm not gonna lie. I love the true experience of programming. Yeah, I mean, I like programming, so I try to do it a lot. I looked into making a custom language. It's complex. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I might. I've got like good ideas for a language. I think like the whole thing with like the, you know, people like say, oh, this parentheses are annoying, man. I would rather have Rust where I just do this. No, I don't think that's the problem. You know what I think is the problem? When you got to do like, you know, delta equals 1 or delta equals 2. Like, this should just be one thing. I don't know. Like, that, you know, I don't know. But maybe if I made a language, then I would run into some problems if I went ahead and did that, but that's just my kind of thinking about it. Okay. I'm gonna assume that we can't compile. Yeah. Pointer display undeclared identifier. Yeah, that's not good. Oh, I have a syntax error. Oh no, it's just trailing errors from that one. Okay, yeah, so it's mad about this. Okay, well that would make sense considering. Okay, inside of there. Oh yeah. Anyway. Well, can I get rid of it? I've got to really set up commands to comment. That's what I gotta do. Yeah, apparently this takes in a DT, but I don't know where I put that. Oh, there's a lot in chat. Your chess video is amazing. Thanks. Is there a reason I'm doing it in XP? Just because I think Windows XP is cool, and I think doing like old graphics is really fun. Which book did I use? I used the Frank D. Luna. I saw it on Reddit. Somebody was like, "Do it," and then I was like, "Okay, sure, I'll do it." Okay, this is where it is. Okay, so this was also a thing. Yes. Okay. Here. Okay. Maybe. Okay. We got a different bunch of errors this time. Oh. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I think we just leave it. I think we just leave it, man. I cannot be bothered. I cannot be bothered. This is so strange though, because this is literally just like a constructor. But I mean, we can keep this like this, I guess. Why not? What are we mad about? I feel like I gotta run this back. I don't know what I changed, but whatever I did, I changed it real bad. Man. Okay. It's always Aria, man. Okay, yeah, so now we're back to, we're just going to extern this, and then test this before I, does D3D allow for compute shaders? At this version, absolutely not. There's barely shaders in this. And right under CPP, there is a undeclared identifier. You're an undeclared identifier. Okay, but just let me compile, and then we can talk. Unresolved external symbol. What do you mean, bro? It's right here. Oh, that's why. Time delta undeclared. Okay. Okay, just put 0 in it. Cannot convert from bool? Oh, this is, wait. Oh, you, wait. But this is, so this, like, it's a callback. Why is it, did I mess up this syntax? This should be exactly the same, the signatures. Should be exactly the same. You know what, I think, oh, this is awkward. In this file. Oh, that would be why. Okay, there we go. I was very, very confused. The problem is that once I change that, I have to change like 20 other things. Annoying, because I have to change like, because they take in a pointer to this function that it now needs to just be a function pointer without anything in it. Okay, so we can just do that, right? That's just calling the callback. That's completely normal. Okay, there we go. Okay. Took me a second to figure that out. Okay. So now I'm just going to extern the DT just like I said 10 minutes ago. And instead we'll use that there. Where do I, yeah. So this is just going to be DT. I don't know why you would ever take that as an argument anyway, but you know, that is what it is. Okay. My stream is lagging? Really? Like how bad? I think it's probably the capture card, to be honest. I mean, is it an audio problem? If it's the audio, then that's and instead go back like 2 minutes. I was completely glitched out. Oh no. Oh no. Oh wow, I was completely glitched out. Oh no. Well, this is like a brand new setup, so I don't know if it's necessarily a bitrate problem, but I will try turning down the bitrate. But it may just be that, I don't know. I knew that this stream would be super scuffed anyway, so. But I will attempt to make it better. Okay. Hopefully in like, you know, if I do this again, we'll learn how to do it better, but okay. So with all this being said and done now, we can go back to what we were doing, which but Asana helps you handle it. So we're gonna multiply everything times tt, okay, which was the whole purpose of refactoring that. That was the whole purpose. Okay, so we're not actually doing anything with the yaw yet, which is why me pressing the buttons doesn't actually do anything. So why am I using Windows XP? Still in the world of Windows 11? Because, you know, I've got this like idea that like, man, everybody's like, oh dude, everything was better in like the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s and stuff, and like everybody's like, things suck now, like the world sucks. We got fucking Epstein files, we got Elon Musk, we got this and we got that. And you know what I say to all that? It's like, man, just like, you're the only one, you're like, it's completely up to you, you know? You could just live in the 2000s. It's completely up to you, you know what I mean? You don't have to buy the new, new this and the new that and the new this and the new that and listen to this new music and listen to that new music. Like, it's completely up to you, you know? That's how I think about it. And things suck now, you know, in terms of society. And so that's exactly why I choose to not be a part of it. Hey, what's up, Soulwater? I'm doing good. How about you? Okay, so now, wait, but the target is getting set. Oh, but we don't call update camera. No, we do call update camera. Oh, I used WASD and not arrow keys. Okay, but okay, well, okay, let's try not multiplying this times dt for a second and then see if this is like a sensitivity thing or... Okay, well, I'm either doing the math wrong or we just aren't calling is there any way to test if I'm getting... No, I definitely am getting key input, because if I press escape, then it's going to escape. Okay, so that's guaranteed that we have key input. But the question is, maybe we should just like start messing with this. Oh, but we don't actually... Wait, no, we do. Okay. Okay. Oh, you know what we do? Okay, I just figured it out. I need to not put I need to put this inside of the actual render loop and not just... This is during the initialization, not during the drawing. So I need to actually do this here. Okay. Or not. Thanks for the chess engine. Thanks for you. Don't I face any problems using new languages? No, I mean, yeah, I mean, I use Visual Studio 2008. I'm working on C++. I mean, barely. It's really C, pretty much. Okay, so this, okay, now that we are updating the camera, now that's kind of worrying, because that should have probably done something. And I use target, right? I do use target. I might have to actually like print this to the console, what these values are. You know what? Let's just do. I don't know, just to see if we get any movement. Is it gonna be mad at me because of? Okay, because of that. What version? 2008. 2008, indeed. What did I just write because I was reading? Okay. Is it because it's a capital? Oh yeah. Wait. Why is MPy not a thing in math.h? Yeah, you know what? I'm just not gonna pay attention to it. Okay, so interesting. What am I? Does the math header differently? I have to define something in it to get the constants? Maybe that's what it is. Look at the header. Well, dude, like, I mean, this might. Okay, why is it commented out? Use math defines before including to expose the macro. Yeah, I mean, man, that is so stupid, dude. That is stupid. But thanks for, you know, I would have never figured that out. Well, I didn't use it, but that's bizarre. That's a thing. I'm new in tech, so I don't know about C99. Yeah, I mean, it's actually, if you try to compile C on this, it enforces C89, which is like the shittiest thing ever. I have no clue why they would do that. It's so bizarre. Oh, that's why I was wondering. Yeah, because they have it inside of here, which is also very bizarre. Yeah, but this is strange, for sure. I wonder if, can I just set this to 0, I guess? I don't know. I kind of want to see, like, if I just, like, mess these values up, if we're even going to... Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's moving. And yaw is definitely in like, pi space, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, maybe we try to... Maybe we try to do this. I don't know why the constructor would make it cursed, but... Okay, no, I'm probably doing something wrong. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe not. Nowadays we compile in terminal. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I feel like this works otherwise. I mean, to be honest though, I haven't really tried changing the target vector yet, so I do kind of wonder though the target vector, like if it's actually in radians, it might just like not be, which would be weird, but like let's just set it to something. Okay, well yeah, it might not be in radians. Okay, well I get, you know, like sure. Okay, well yeah, so target is different than the forward vector, I guess. Like this would be our forward vector. So maybe this is something different. How do I get the target from whatever? I'm probably going to have to look at my engine to remember how to do this shit. But maybe I think that this is supposed to be the forward vector. And then you get the right from like dotting. But then how do we if that's the case, then how do I get the target? Let me look that up. I might have to go into my old code base to find it, but interesting. Yeah, you know, I might just have to like do it myself instead of with their transformation thing. Yeah, I might just actually have to like... So why is there a new Android update? Software and Windows update? Why do all the app software not compatible? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. What am I coding? I'm coding a camera right now. I don't know why I'm doing it, but... Yeah, sorry, you can't see what I'm doing here, but I'm going into my engine's code base and I'm looking... I might have to make the matrix myself, is what I'm saying. Yeah, there's a lot of matrix stuff in here, so... Okay, I have this thing called transform camera, this function. And then I have a okay, that's definitely not it. Yeah, well, this is quite annoying. I have to go to where I make the thing. No, this just gives me the forward vector. I need to make the matrix from scratch, unfortunately. So why in some computer we see system 32 and why in some system we see system 64? It's the difference between 32-bit and 64-bit architecture. I have to chat with AI. Yeah, you know, I mean, the whole like 32-bit, 64-bit architecture thing is kind of complicated. It's just kind of how we deal with bits internally. Definitely above my pay grade. Maybe, okay, maybe it's inside update all global. Yes, it is. Transform, no. Oh, okay. Okay, so it says the, or at least what I have here is that it is this. It is exactly this, and I added it to the cam X, Y, and Z. So this is the direction, and then I added it to the X, Y, and Z. Okay, so to get the target, all I have to do is target equals dir plus the position. That sounds wrong. Okay, operator overloading, please. What? Oh, I don't have a dir set up. Okay, well, whatever. Just it is the forward actually. So oh my gosh. Okay, well, whatever. I'm not even using that name. Okay, 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 okay. Wait, hold on. Okay. We are moving, just at an incredibly slow rate, but we are moving. Okay. Maybe we just crank cam speed up and just like not even worry about it. I thought that we were like going kind of like radians-ish. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, I think DT might be messing us up, to be honest. I think that might be the problem. Okay, yeah, it was definitely DT that was messing us up because now we're going super fast. Why do we study DSA, stack queue like things when we're just gonna call an API at the end? I mean, you're kind of speaking the truth. Why do we study anything? In the days of ChatGPT. Okay, so there is some perspective warping, I think. But okay, we got it to work. Yeah, I don't know why DT is messing us up so bad. But, so, yeah, that was very confusing. But, okay, so apparently to get the target vector, you just have to add the position to the forward vector, which I mean, I did a Google and it didn't say that, so. But good thing I already made a game engine. Oh, that was good luck. Okay, so next is pitch. Oh, did we already do pitch, by the way? We do have it already. Okay, okay, so left is also going right, so we gotta do that as well. Gotta fix that. Alright. So now WASD we can do. So the reason why we did the camera first is because the camera stuff decides the walking stuff. If I remember correctly, I have to look at my other code base again. If I remember correctly, okay, I have to go into apply velocity, okay? So to get the direction, we have to use the forward and right vectors, okay? And we're not even worried about a third component in there. We just need the forward and right vectors, and that's the reason why we extern the forward vector, but we also have to extern the right vector, because that also is important for when we are strafing or whatever, you know. I am doing graphics programming, I guess. You know, it's kind of like, you know, it's just programming, you know. Okay, so this is going to be the negative sign. I don't know what basis this is, by the way. I don't really remember. It may be that, like, this is for, like, Z up. Actually, it is 100% for Z up, but, maybe it doesn't matter though for this vector. So I'm just going to do that, okay? And that's probably it, I guess. So let's extern that. And is my other thing externed actually? I may have just not done that. Okay. You know, it is kind of annoying because I do have to, like, type all of this stuff out. Because I don't have any, like, neat, you know, shortcuts or anything. Like, no Vim stuff going on, you know? Hey, what's up, Otaku? I appreciate you stopping in. Okay, so now that we have that, we can make a function that is just going to be called move, okay? Yeah, and it'll just take in a... Do I want to make just like a type def for vec3 really quick? I think that's kind of what I want to do. Okay, so the math is right here that I have from my other project. It's going to be the wish direction. Okay, so the proposed direction is going to be the Vx times the forward x plus the v dot y times the right dot x. And then this is going to be similar for the y, except I think it's just swapped. Times the forward y and times the right y. Yeah, that's it right there. Now, if the basis is the same, I have no clue. Days people use Godot. Yeah, that is true. People do use Godot. And so I think I'm just gonna straight up add this to position. Yeah, I mean, I've got no clue. I think IntelliSense is mad at me for some reason, and so I probably did something wrong here. Hopefully it's fine though. Oh, it's because I it's because I misspelled struct. That would be why. Okay, so I'm just gonna call move. The way you're supposed to do it, right, is you're supposed to make a vec3 propose. You know, it's just typically how we do it, and we want to set it to 0, 0, 0. And we're just going to, when it's A, of course, we're just going to add, it's just going to be proposed dot x minus equals the move speed. Yeah, that's just how you do it. Now, I'm not really sure, like, what the basis is at all here. We may have to just, like, sit here and swap things around until we get the direction right, but okay. So now at the end, we call move with proposed. Just got to make sure that we don't break out early. And I should just have to put this in the header, and then we should be happy. Oh, it's gonna be a jerk. It's gonna be a jerk. That's why. Okay, that's not why. It's something else. Move identifier not found. You're not found. Why? I may have made a mistake in terms of my includes. That is probably what it is, which has always been a pain point for me. Or maybe, wait, are we not, we don't even, oh, well, we don't even include the file. That would probably be a good idea for me to do before I start crashing out about it. You have to write whole forward X and position X. Can we use abbreviation? I mean, we probably could. Oh, I commented out move speed for some reason. Okay, well, there was a reason. Wait, why did I have this as an int and then I wrote a float? Dude, sometimes, man. Okay, so okay. We could try cranking the move speed again and then like see. Okay. Okay, so it's not getting any signal at all. Okay. This is the first time I did this W param stuff, to be honest. So maybe we should just like test that this is even working in terms of like the ASCII characters. Okay. So that's the problem right there, is that our code is working. It's just that my knowledge of the API is bad. ASCII. It told me earlier that oh, So this is actually not a thing. Because we have to do case WM WM char actually. There we go. Okay, well, okay, yeah, I cranked the move speed up to like 1 billion, so that's why we're flying. Okay. Okay, so it appears that the basis is wrong because we're moving diagonally. Also, we have to make sure to delete the this. Oh, we already deleted it. Okay. Okay, so it appears like the code that I just wrote may be a different basis, and I may have to just like try some different permutations of it. So that's what I'm going to do. I wonder how Linus made whole Linux OS in just his office computer. Yeah, I mean, he's an incredible programmer, for sure. Yeah, I remember when I did this the first time, I had to like just try different things out. Yeah, this might be incorrect. Let me look up how to calculate the right vector. The right, yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. But it's okay, so let's try moving this around. It does say that this is a possible permutation, just doing this, and then the negative sign goes into the Z. But I'm not. First of all, our Z doesn't even matter because we're not going to use it. Yeah. So that's not correct either. Okay, so let's try swapping it. Yeah, it may just be swapping it. Yeah, I think so. For us in our system here, Y is actually up. So if Y is up, then we actually need the Z component because Z would be forward. But that doesn't actually even solve the problem with music right now that don't have anything on. Here we go. Yeah, so this doesn't actually solve the. I'm not looking for tax help, no. Oh yeah? Okay, how are we gonna do this? Yeah, I think we can't use Y. I think it's Z instead. I think you just replace everything with Z, and then you play ball. But yeah, also the thing is that this is going to have to also be Z. That's just a given. But I don't think that's just switching it around. That doesn't actually solve the problem. Hold on a second. That's forward and backwards. Yeah? Yeah, that is forward and backwards. Hell yeah. it is mapped to the A and the D keys, which is left and right, but hey, I'm not complaining. Okay, the other ones... Actually, that is going in the correct direction, kind of. Oh no, it's got the completely the wrong basis. Okay, well, so whatever is 80 no. Yeah, wait. That's good. I mean, this stuff, you just question it once it starts working. You know, that's just kind of the basis of. Maybe I'm bugged out. My video is buffering. I'm sorry. Hopefully my voice is coming. Correctly. My computer is really bad, so that's kind of a problem, but hopefully it's not like the end of the world. I'm gonna try to make it better for next time though, but this is like my first time trying out this this new setup, so okay, so is the X what we just did? The X is what's correct, or is it the yeah, so it is the X that's correct. Okay, so if the X is correct, then we just are looking at the Z. Okay. So okay, so let's try going back to the opposite convention here. Is that correct, or is it, no, that's, yeah, it's still sliding around on rails. Okay, so in that case, it's probably, it might be this is here. It's either this or switching the sine and the cosine. It's one of the two. Okay, this appears to be it. Go right, go left, and there we go. Okay, there we go. Unfortunately, we can't go into two directions at once, which, or, you know, move the camera while we do this. But yeah, I mean, that's correct. When I'm actually on Windows XP, yeah. So am I in college? I'm not in college. I've spent a lot of life in college, though. Okay, so yeah, I got this old computer with Windows XP on it. I've been really loving working on it. Okay, so that is the move. I do want to also do the Y, though, and so we're just going to do the spacebar. I don't know what the key is, though, for it. I would guess that it would be space. I hope so. And then space will go up, and then control will go down. I'm gonna guess that it's that. Might have to look it up, though. So let's just, you know, accumulate this into propose, like we were doing before. Propose dot y plus equals move speed, and then control to go down. Okay. So we have that, and so that's going to be simpler because we just literally go up or down, you know. So I'll just do position dot y plus equals y. Wait, v dot y. It's always a compile error. It can't find control. Well, I can't find control. Nothing's in my control. Okay. Space goes up, control goes down. Okay, we have officially left the station. Okay, we have... Okay, now... Hold on. Why is left and right swapped? I thought that we already fixed that. Well, that's not a good sign. Maybe we didn't. I do have guitars. I do play guitar. I have been known to play a bit of guitar. Okay. Okay, so I mean, hey, man, that's we're only like, you know, 20,000 polygons left to making Splinter Cell. Do I even have an ukulele? Yeah, I mean, I gave it to my sister, but I do. Okay. Okay. So all of that is done. So we have a working camera. That was kind of painful, not gonna lie. Sorry that took so long. Okay, so we have a working camera. We have the working pipeline for rendering. Now we have to actually code. So this is gonna be the part that we have to actually code, which is, you know. Okay, so the first goal is to implement Conway's Game of Life, which, if you don't know, is just like a very simple 2D automata. And I'm just going to look up the rules so that I can remember real quick. I believe that it is... Okay, so here are the rules. Any live cell with fewer than 2 live neighbors dies. Any live cell with 2 or 3 live neighbors lives. Any live cell with more than 3 live neighbors dies. And any dead cell with exactly 3 live neighbors becomes live again. Okay, so the idea here is that it's simulating underpopulation, overpopulation. Okay, and so that's what we're gonna have to do. So we need to implement that first before we can start making more complex automata. But to do this in a 3D space, my idea is to just do cubes, okay, to start off with. We are going to do a meshing algorithm later. That'll be not today, but the idea is like a isosurface sort of thing. That we're gonna remesh every frame, basically. To do it, it's gonna take a lot of math, but to start off, I just want to basically make a grid of cubes that we can view in front of us in a 3D space. I think that that's going to be our proof of concept, and so that's what I'm gonna be working towards. Have I tried doing strumming like gratitude? I'm not sure what gratitude is. Okay, so I guess 2 things here. We can have an init function and then an update function, an update step. So I'm just going to have an init first. We're just going to call it init Conway. How about that? The interesting thing about Conway is that we're going to the interesting thing about Conway is that we will need a back buffer and a front buffer, basically. Since it needs to read from the entire state at once, we can't mutate it in place. So we're going to read it, write to a secondary buffer, and then, of course, swap with that. That's typically how you do it. And then I guess we'll have, inside of render, I guess, a new thing, right? Because obviously we can't do this anymore. So our setup right now is gonna have to change a lot, right? The idea is to make a grid of cubes, right? And so we're gonna have to compute the size of our grid and things like this. So we gotta set some constants, I think, in terms of our cell size and all of this. So I think let's just do a few defines to figure that out. So I'm just going to set a cell size in terms of world space is going to be like 0.5. Okay. And then in terms of the width, it does need two separate copies. Yeah, because when we're going to iterate through and try to read all the data of like neighboring cells and stuff, obviously you can't modify it in place, right? Because then it would depend which direction you're going, because you would be changing things. So so in terms of I'm just trying to figure out, let's just call it grid width. Okay, nothing complicated. Let's just do 200 by 200 to start out with, because I don't want to break my computer. We can make it more later. Okay, so we have 200 by 200, so we're going to need an array of 200 by 200, right? And we'll just make it floating point, because it will be floating point later once we aren't just working in binaries, 0 and 1s. So we'll just I'm just going to set, we will fill this on an initialization called cells. Okay, let's just call it cells. Okay, so there's that. Now we need the vertices, actually, which is the most complicated part. So we need to allocate the max amount of vertices that are possible, right? And so we need to calculate that now. So we don't have to put that in as define, of course. We could just do like a static const int. So this is going to be 200 times 200. Yeah, we could just actually calculate this in place. I think it would be the best way to do it. So this is going to be 200 times 200, or it's going to be grid width times grid height times I'm trying to think. Okay, so it isn't going to be 8. You would think like, oh, corners on a cube is 8, but it's not actually, because we're not going to be indexing, so I need to actually do it per triangle on the cube, right? So it's going to be 6 per side, right? Right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so that would be what is that, 30, 32? Yeah, 32? Or is it 36? I think it's 32. I think it's 32. Asking out of curiosity, what is my setup? It is not on a VM. It's on my computer. It's on my computer. I put it on it because I like it. Okay. I have how I'm streaming though is I have a capture card that goes to my other computer, because obviously you can't stream off of Windows XP, but okay. I think it's 32, right? 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 6 12 12. Wait, no, it's not. What was I talking about? Wait, no, it isn't at all. Why am I so dumb to figure this out? I think it's actually, I'm thinking way too hard about this. I think it's 32. I think it's 32. Okay, well, if we segfault later, then that's going to be why. Capture card that's expensive? Absolutely not. Do you see the resolution that this thing is at? It's not like an Elgato, man. Okay, so we're not going to call this pyramid anymore. We are going to call it That's our cells. We also need... We need this to be... I guess we can call it cell verts. The tricky part is... I think we need to initialize all of them is the thing. So we need to make a function that like loops through and initializes all of them, I think. And then from there we I don't really know what we're gonna do from there. Yeah, I think that that's the way we're gonna go about it. Let's just call it void populate verts. Yeah, the question is like, how do I draw these things? Like choose what to draw without like actually changing the vertices per thing. I mean, we could just actually just step through the grid and then choose which ones to draw in a command, right? So that's I guess what we're gonna do. Okay, so we're gonna do something similar to this. I need to do cubes, right? So it's gonna be similar to this, except we need to be stepping across. So we need to, okay, how are we gonna do this? So float, I think we're gonna center it, right? So it's gonna be minus grid width divided by 2, right? And then you just do the same thing for the y. And the y we're talking about is not actually in world space because we're y up, but okay, maybe we should actually make that z then. Yeah, because I'm thinking about this from top down, but it's actually not, right? Okay. Or we could actually do that like we're looking at it in front of us. I mean, that could be good too. So let's just do that. And so it will move, yeah. Okay, so it's just gonna iterate across, so we're just gonna nested loop this. Yeah, why did I wait, no. No, because the x and the y is different. So this is going to be x equals 0, x less than x up. Yeah, like that. Except we can't do this. We're just gonna call it gx and gy. You do reverse engineering? I guess, I mean, this isn't really reverse engineering. It's kind of just making my own thing. That's kind of what I'm doing. Okay. So. All right. So we need to calculate all of the vertices of a cube, so based on the current position, which is, it sounds easy, but it's not going to be, I think, because we also have to calculate the normals, and so I think what we're gonna do is we just don't calculate the normals right away. And we just defer it until after we do one cube, and then we average the vertices, the normals of the vertices. I think that's the way I'm going to handle it. And so we need to make another constructor for this that doesn't do the normals. And so I'm just going to do this, and then we'll just zero the normals. Okay, and that's how we're going to populate it. Okay, so our v is not defined, so we have to call this, which is how we do it in Actually, we could just like take in a pointer to the thing. Yeah, let's just take in a vertex pointer v, and let's do that. Okay, so once again, we aren't going to be worried about the normals yet because I need to write something that's going to calculate that. So for now, we're just going to have to walk through this and do it by hand, right? So we're going to be stepping through for x and y, right? So every time we enter a new x, right, what we want to do, or, you know, down here is we'll go x plus equals the cell size, right? And we're going to do the same thing for y. I think that that's the way we're going to do it. Okay? So okay, so probably like the best explicit way to do this, right, would be to define our points, right? So P0 would equal, well, I guess you kind of want to vec3 them. Okay, so vec3 P0 equals yeah, I mean, you kind of just want to do it here then because you're just doing it in line anyway. Well, I mean, no, because we're going to reuse points. Oh, yeah, we could make a constructor that does it from vec3s. Okay, well then let's do that. So vec3 P0 equals, we are going to do, so it's going to be, let's just do x. It's going to be xy, xy0, right? And then, you know, there's got to be a command to just copy a line. I know the thing that to paste it, to cut it. I mean, it's this. And that works great, but not when you need to do this. So then, so, okay. So we're gonna, I always suck at stuff like this, but okay. Well, yeah, that's very annoying. I love this song. This song is great. Am I streaming on the Twitch? No, I don't have a Twitch. Reason is I thought about making a Twitch. I like Twitch, as in like I like the fact that you can like do the whole like channel points thing and all that, but I don't like to like split up my audience, I guess, you know. So I'm just trying to do, I guess, like every permutation here, right? I'm not really thinking about it like in terms of like order. I'm just trying to do every permutation of it. Okay. Is that everything? 6 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8. There's 8? Okay, hold on. Let's think about this. Oh yeah. Okay. So I missed this. I missed this. I missed this. Okay, I missed that, and I missed that with the Y as well. I remember the last time I did this, was when I was like making cubes for my game engine by hand. And who am I discussing these things? Oh, I'm just talking. I tend to talk a lot, even when I'm not streaming. Because, why not? It helps me to think that, you know, what I'm doing has a purpose. So we have a constructor for vec3s now. Very neat that you can do this in C++. You know, that's really cool. Okay, so, I mean, this is technically working, I guess, you know, technically. So now we can just do the thing where we just do, you know, P0, right? So if we want to make a triangle with P0, we want to go P1, right? And, oh, you know, the fucked up thing about this is that we don't really know what the winding order is. Okay, let's think about it. Okay, wait, hold on. What is the winding order beforehand? So this is -1, -1, +1. So this is the side of the pyramid, right? So, and then 1, -1. Okay, so let's think about it. So it goes like this. Goes up. Yeah. Okay. So we're going clockwise. We're going clockwise. No doubt about it, going clockwise. Okay, so how do we go clockwise? Okay, so I think that we're going to go P0 and then up in Y. Okay, so P1 and then go down in Z. Right? So that would be P3. I mean, can't complain, can't complain. I've only got to do it like a billion more times. The Terry Davis coming out with the light mode. Yo, what's up, Luke? Long time no see. Well, I haven't streamed, but it's good to see you. Yeah, man. I have totally changed, man, with the, I don't know. I hate syntax highlighting now. And like, I don't know. I think it's also great to not have LSP and to not have this all the, like, if I did this, it's like it would be like red lines all over the place. Like, dude, like, can you, I've done a lot of coding, believe it or not, Mr. LSP. I think I know what I'm doing. You don't have to yell at me all the time. Then again, it is kind of a pain to like have to, you know, to like do all the, what is it? IEM. Oh, with my, yeah, no, that's just, I'm just listening to the music. I hope that the audio is alright. I didn't really, like, check it. Oh, it's pretty quiet, the music. I'll turn it up a little bit. I am keeping well and healthy. I am. I got my little, like, 15 seconds of fame with the whole chess engine thing, which was weird. It was bizarre for that to happen. Okay. So, okay, we got to keep in mind that we're going counterclockwise. No, but clockwise. We're going clockwise. Okay, so we want to share the edge with this. Okay, so if we're sharing the edge with that, we want to do, that would be P3, P1, because we're going along it, clockwise, and then we want the other one, which would be both, yeah, so that would be P6. Okay, dude, it's actually so cursed that we have to do this. Oh my gosh, there probably is like a much better way. Like, can't we just do this like programmatically? There probably is a way, but it would probably take longer than actually just doing this right now. Now on VS? Well, I am on Windows XP, so they don't unfortunately have Helix on Windows XP. But honestly, I've been really liking the debugger in Visual Studio. To be honest, I've really liked it lately. But yeah, I do like Helix still, but God, this is gonna suck. Okay, so 3, and then if we're on the other side, we gotta go, we're going to cell size first, right? So if that's no, this is at Yeah, so this is this, and then we want to go up in Y, so that's P7. That's P7. I know what I'm doing. Okay, so P7, we went up, now we want to go down, and then a forward in X. Or not? I think so. Wait, but we already went forward in X. So we actually need to go backwards or forward in Z if we're on this side. So it's actually Z. So that would be this, P4. Am I dual booting with Arch? Yeah, it's literally just Windows XP on this computer. Who is LSP? LSP is Language Server Protocol. Okay, so hold on. If we're starting for point 3, we have Z forward, and now we want to go to P7, which is upwards with the Y, and then we want to go, I guess, to Z0. Yeah, so this would be, hold on a second. Z is not up. Z is not up. Y is up. Y is up. So I think it's P0. Wait, no, it can't be because we used this and we're on the side of the cube now. Okay. It seems like it should be P0 though. Okay, I need music. Vim should be available on Windows XP. It might be. It might be. I do like the kind of, I think I just was like, did I put that on? What am I trying to figure out? Okay, so I'm trying to, basically what we're doing is we're implementing some like cellular automata stuff, and I need to represent it in 3D space, right? So I'm just like populating a grid of cubes in 3D space, and I'm having to just set up the Vertex population stuff, and it's kind of confusing because it's not really confusing, I'm just stupid is kind of the problem. The messed up part is that I've already coded this in like some other projects before, so I should just probably look at the code and just use it instead of trying to figure it out from scratch. But I mean, it should just be easy to look through, to think about, but you know, I am kind of slow. So this is forward, this is this, right? And so we can't reuse any of the points because now we're on a different face on the cube, right? And so we are going down. Wait. Okay, maybe it's fine to actually do that. Yeah, so maybe that is correct. Because P3, wait. P0, P1, P3. Okay. And then P3 to the 0. Maybe it's actually P2. Hold on. Literally me. This is exactly how I code. Yeah. Yeah. There's no way to programmatically do it easily, so I mean, I might as well just. I wish that there was a way that I could just like render it out just to see if I'm doing it correctly. I feel like whatever. Honestly, you know what we might just be able to do, by the way? Wait, why did I do this like this? You know what we should probably just do is like actually just... How many are there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Man, it'd be awfully nice to have any of those, you know, Helix commands, stuff like that. I mean, maybe I could actually just program it instead of like hard coding it. Actually, that might be what we have to do. Because I'm now realizing that this is 32 vertices, and that's a lot of vertices, bro. Yeah, I don't want to be here doing that for that long. Yeah, also you're kind of like, why aren't you doing index primitives here? Like, why are you just doing this by hand? Like, this is kind of cursed. I'm curious that writing program... Yeah, you definitely can do that. 100% can. Yo, thanks, man. I'm happy that you found it inspiring. Yeah, assembling triangles from vertices manually, yeah, that is kind of the way it goes. I'm not happy to be back here, though, to be honest. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Actually, I just had a brilliant idea, right? Okay, we just literally... Okay, so this is actually what we need to do, right? We need to make this an array, and then loop through the array, and then just use these each as an anchor for each triangle, and stop doing this dumb shit. That's what I'm gonna do, okay? We're just gonna have a vec3 8 points, and we're just gonna put this into here. Why did I write... Sorry, my bad. Okay. And we're just gonna loop through this, and then we'll just use each point as a anchor, and then just emit 3 triangles for each point, because that's gonna be way less painful than me doing this way. So build a neural network that colors in manga and comics using album covers. That's sick. That is really sick. It's my favorite hero / album. Makes a... Really? That's incredible. I don't really know. You know, when I was a kid, I really liked like Spider-Man, you know? I don't read a lot of manga myself. I suck at reading, you know, like in terms of, you know, attention span. So I typically, I've watched the odd anime here and there. Yo, what's up, Zedzilla? I am the chess engine guy now. It's kind of incredible that got so popular. It's really surprised, you know, it's a 12-hour video, you know. Almost done publishing the repository. Yeah, dude, you know, let me know. Put that in the Discord. You know, that sounds sick. Yeah, so I'm just gonna live through these, and then we'll just use each point as an anchor, and then just emit triangles from it, right? And so we don't even... Okay, so let's just think about this, right? So we're gonna go up and Y, down and Z. We're gonna go, there's 3 different permutations, right? So you're going up in Z, you're gonna go up in Y, gonna go up. So there's one... Right. Okay, so let's there's 3 triangles here, right? So there's 3. I mean, maybe we don't loop. That's a bit too complicated. But okay, so we need a v index and then v idx. Hey, zombie man, it's going well. Just such a video of yeah, it's incredible. I do have a Discord server. I think you can do !discord, or I think it's in the description. If it's not, it's on the other. On my penultimate year as a CS student, I have no idea how to code. I mean, to be honest, I think like coding is kind of incredible because unlike physics or unlike math or anything like that, you don't really have to put a lot of work into studying it, you know? I think programming is awesome in that way because you can really just do it and then just learn naturally. Like it's kind of like I don't know, woodworking or anything like that, you know? It's you know, you can so Ahmad, you can put, I think we have a Discord, a dev tag. You can put the role on yourself and then you can put it in promotion if you have like a repository or whatever, you know. That would be cool. I am taking a break from my graphics engine, but I'm working on some other graphics right now. I'm working on trying to put Cellular Automata into like a 3D space, which it's gonna be hard, but I'm just doing the setup right now, which is just making a grid of cubes, you know? So I guess we can start with that. So I don't think that we can use the points array very much after this. I think that we have to actually just like do the math ourselves, right? So the tricky thing is like, for example, if we're on 0.5, right? Then you don't want to be adding, you want to be actually subtracting, right? So how do I do that? 3,000 elo Riz, thanks. See, like C++? Yeah, I don't really do C++. You showed him my chess video? Yeah, I'm glad that my face gives that impression. Okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe this isn't possible, but you kind of just want to go point I. Yeah, I'm trying to do this in a not cursed way, but maybe we'll just end up in a cursed way about it. I'm trying to figure out how to know if I need to subtract or not. Maybe I can't do this way. Yeah, because if I add from here, right, then it's not going to be good, right? And then if I subtract from here, it's not going to be good. So, I'm kind of like... yeah, I feel like I might actually have to do it by hand, but I really don't want to. I should actually look at the code that I did for this beforehand. I kind of hate to do that, but I did already code this at some point. I have to find the file. What did I call it? This was a long time ago. Maybe it's an entity handler. Cube? No, it's not an entity handler. Okay, well, I mean, there's a billion files in this project. This definitely exists, by the way. I'm not, you know, tripping out that this exists. Oh, it does exist. It's right here. Right cube to copy selection. Okay. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Okay, sorry, you can't actually see what I'm doing right now, but I'm in Helix in a 6,000 line file looking at this that I already coded. Okay. So I have the combinations for all 12 triangles. All I should need to do, technically, is match our convention to it. Okay. So let's match our convention, right? So we have 0.0 is both at the bottom. Then this is X, yes, our convention matches. Sorry, I can't, my chat is also on this monitor. Do I know how to deal with memory management? No. I've like some arenas for things, but it's mainly, you know, there's a lot of different stuff that I end up doing with buffers and stuff. Is Windows XP secure to use? No, it's not, which is why I don't have the internet on it. Which is the best part about it, is that, I don't know, I think this whole thing about like, that programmers are like internet people is not true. I'm not an internet person. I'm not. Okay, hold on. Am I doing this wrong? I am doing this wrong. This is 0, and then this one is X plus cell size. Yes. And then this one is the one that's Y up. I need to copy this or else I'm never gonna get it done. It's gonna take me like a long time if I don't. Okay, so this one is this, and then this up. Okay. Okay, and then this one is up, down, up, down, up, and then all up, and then down, up, up. Okay, so those are all the points, and now I check chat. May I have a look on that file, sir? Oh, I mean, I can't, unfortunately, I don't have the, you know, the stuff here to show it, unfortunately. Maybe I should have gotten that set up, though, I'm sorry. Okay, so this is going to be, okay, so now we don't have to do this anymore. I can just literally, like, I have the combinations here. So this is P1, P0, P2. Okay, so it is kind of P2, P0, P3, P6, P4, P5. I have no guarantee that these are in the correct winding order, which is kind of the annoying thing about it. 7, 4, 6, 501. That's a good thing about programming a lot of things, though, is that you can just like copy your work, dude. So that you don't have to do things again. Okay. You know, I've been watching movies lately as I've been going to sleep. I get into like these moods where I just like start watching movies all the time. And I watched Seven the other night, and dude, that movie is fucking crazy. Like, seriously, that movie is fucking insane. I'd heard good things about it for like so many years, but I didn't, oh, did I? I did this in a really dumb, yeah, I did a dumb there. God damn it. My bad. I was talking, so yeah, that movie's crazy, dude. I liked it a lot, though. I'm like a big horror guy, so it was really cool to see a movie that was so, I don't know, it does not fuck around. Like, that movie does not fuck around. I hope that I'm not off by a number. It feels like I'm off by a number, but maybe I'm not. I think I'm fine. Okay, so the next combination is 2, 3, 6. Yeah, sorry if I don't respond to chat right now. I don't have it open on this monitor for a few more seconds. 307 704 516 612. Okay, if that doesn't work, then you can blame me from a few months ago. Inglourious Bastards? Yeah, that's a great movie. That is a great movie. That's a Tarantino film, right? I love Tarantino. Have I watched Fight Club? Yeah. Bazillion times, seen it on TV. I like Fight Club. I like Edward Norton, man. Like, what an actor. I think he's super underrated. P.I.? The 1980... Pi. No, I haven't. I haven't seen it. I've heard good things about it, though. Okay, so now that we have this set up, I think that's that. So populate verts. It will... Oh, wait a second. Did I do a dumb? Oh my gosh, I did do a dumb. Oh my gosh, you know what would be sick? You know, if we had Helix here and I could just like do them all at once. Dude, that's such a bummer. That's such a bummer. Bro, I can't believe they didn't have multiple cursor support in 2000. You know what I mean? Like, how did they... Dude, that's crazy. Yeah, soundtrack is awesome. That's why I like Nolan films, dude. I saw Interstellar again recently. Dude, Interstellar pissed me off this time I watched it, man, because I noticed some really bad plot holes in it. Well, not like plot holes, it's just like the part where they go down to that planet and then they lose like 20 years of their lives or whatever, and it's like, dude, like, you had an option to go to like 2 other planets. Okay, you were talking there like, do we go to these 2 other planets? And then you were like, oh, but the data is so good on this planet. And it's like, when they get back to the ship after they've already lost all of this time, they're like, oh wait, that wasn't actually data. The data wasn't actually good because in the planet's time it's only been down there for like you know, an hour, you know, because of the time dilation shit. And it's like, dude, are you fucking kidding me? Are you, like, genuinely, like, are you kidding me? Like, you're telling me that you didn't think about that like 20 minutes ago before you... I don't know, man. That shit pissed me off, man. That pissed me off so bad. Oh, the movie's great though. Life of Pi. Yeah, I saw it when it came out. I haven't seen it though since. I don't really remember anything from it. I think it won awards though, so it was probably good. Okay, I'm just making sure that I did this correctly. This is not the correct numbers though. I didn't change this. Yeah, I was wondering because I was like, these aren't adding up. But yeah, it's supposed to be this. 35, but 36. Okay. So okay. I think that's correct. And then all we have to do. Wait, why did I should have just done vidx++. Okay. Well, you know what? We can just pretend like I did that, and there we go. Okay, I mean, technically this works. Also, this is 36, so I was totally actually just completely wrong. I was off. That's why I thought that that was weird, but, you know. Okay, so we're finally done with that. That took way too long. Okay. We have these. Okay, we have cell verts. That's what we called it. Okay, so we need to make this cell verts. Okay. This is actually going to be cells. This is I think that we just go straight into populate cell verts here, and then we just pass that in. The funny thing about these is that you don't actually have to allocate them because this allocates it for you, which is, you know, very bizarre. I don't even know if you need to free this. I think it does it when you unlock. At least that's what the examples do. Do you know, sir, now humans are planning to make the data center in space? That's crazy. I hope that, you know, there's more space stuff that happens, man. Space stuff hasn't been happening, bro. I thought that we would hit Mars, you know, in terms of, like, human on Mars. You know, when I was a kid, I was like, oh my gosh, we're gonna, you know. That shit ain't happening, man. Okay. So this is a big buffer that we create here. So we're not doing pyramid anymore. That's not a real thing. So this is, what did we call this again? Sorry, I'm like completely out of it. Okay. So we are going to worry about, so this float cells is going to be for our external logic for turning it off and on and stuff and manipulating it, but for now, all I want to do is I want to render it. Okay, render the full grid and make sure that it exists. This isn't cell verts, it's, I just did this. Why can't I? Wait, did I? I think that that's correct. Okay. I don't think we're gonna be able to compile, but okay, so what do we have here? Syntax error. Oh, are you fucking... Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is why multiple cursors is awesome for C. And, you know. When you turn 18, you can watch movies while programming? Damn. I must have missed the curve. I'm too old to do it now. Okay. Yeah, I don't watch anything while programming. I get distracted way too easily. Can we, like, not do this right now? Can we not do this? I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Okay. I would prefer this just to, you know, why does this not work? Is this something with, like, the old standard that you can't actually do it like this? That you have to, like, write an actual constructor? I don't know how to do that, man. I don't do C++. Oh my god. Yeah, so I need to do this. I need to just do this. Okay, fine. I'm just gonna do underscores for the arguments because we're not doing that. We're not doing that. How's Direct 3D compared to OpenGL? I like it. I like it so far. There's a few differences. I mean, the more, you know, antique DirectX Direct 3D that I'm doing here is pretty interesting because there isn't a lot of like shader things, so it becomes pretty low level in terms of like what you're doing. I dislike that about like modern graphics programming, that it's all basically like, hey, let's make a buffer that we can just pop into the GPU, you know? I like this more like even sort of things where it's like we also have to do a lot of stuff on the CPU, you know? I've always preferred it that way, and that's why I like older graphics programming. Is it like fixed pipeline OpenGL? I mean, I don't know what the modern stuff is like. I can only speak for the older stuff, what I'm doing right now. But from what I know, it's kind of like that, I guess. A lot of the stuff here, though, is like they were still doing like lighting not in shader, like hardware, you know, lighting. Like, well, not hardware lighting, but you get what I mean. In terms of like, you know. Have I heard about the Moo programming language? No. Nowadays, companies want a multitasker who can write, test, and promote. Yeah, well, I'm not doing any testing, that's for sure. Proposed. Non-aggregates cannot be initialized with initializer list. Okay. Listen. You didn't have to use so many big words, man. Chill. Okay. Yeah, this is why I don't like C++, you know, because it's like, it's a lot of this, man. Oh, it wants me to do that. Conversion from double to float. Like, can you get off my case, man? Can you get off my case? I'm not casting all these to floats. I'm not casting all these to floats. No. No. P1, undeclared identifier. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Okay, no. This is what we're gonna do. We're actually just gonna make a. We're gonna do this. It's way faster for us to do. Get what you mean? Suggest to look into software rendering. Yeah. I like you know, stuff that's done on the CPU itself, like you know what sodding has been doing. Mr. Zozin. I like all the Zozin videos. Opening Blender feels like you're using a spaceship. That's something also that's awesome about Windows XP era stuff, is that, you know, we had like Maya and stuff. I've been learning Maya as well in terms of like the old version. It's like, it's so sick. I like it a lot more than the newer stuff. The newer stuff is all about like materials and this, and like you got 10 textures on top of things, and it's like, I don't know. It's too much stuff, man. Oh yeah. So that should be that. Okay. Identifier not found. You're not found.
I'm the kind of person who knows things. Things like you can get
Are you the type of person that knows things?
Not just a website. Well, now you are that person, because now you definitely know.
Dude, I've been really liking the PC98 music. I used to use Bamboo Tracker and stuff to do VGM back in the day. Okay, so it's populate cells is what I called it. Okay. Did I not call it pop? Did I just like read it? Not. Okay, populate verts. My bad. Okay, I think we're getting to the end of the arrows here. Okay, so this is obviously supposed to be cell verts. We change that. Okay, and now what? Like what? Unresolved external symbol. Oh, did I not? I don't think I. Oh yeah, that's why. I just didn't actually declare the variable. Okay, so we don't see anything. That's really not good. Okay. Oh, you know why we didn't actually? Okay, so we didn't actually. Okay, let's not lose our minds here. I didn't actually draw everything in terms of like, yeah, this triangle list is doesn't actually have the amount of triangles. How many triangles did we just do? There are how many per 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So that's 12 times grid width times grid height. I mean, I think that should work. Okay. Why is there just one line? Why is there one line? It's just one line. Yo, what's up, Polka? I may say that wrong. Can't believe Bill Gates and Stephen Hawking could do that same. They're wild, bro. Okay, so yeah, I mean that's just. I just did a 360. Okay. Okay, so we messed up. We messed up. I can admit it. Okay, hold on. Let's think about this here. Oh. I know what's happening. I know what's happening. Wait, no, I don't know what's happening. We do increase by cell size every time. Oh, wait a second. But this isn't in cell size space. So you can just do this, right? Cell size, yeah. I think so. I don't know if that's the problem, to be honest. Okay, I think we just made a thinner line, or thicker line. Yeah, I don't know what I did. You would have abstracted to a function. Am I following a style guide? For what? It's I'm making you know, like a 3D bunch of things right now. Okay. I mean, yeah, I really hope that me from a few months ago that did the winding for these is correct, because If not, that would be a big bummer. Very nice content. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, this is going across. This is going across. We are adding y plus equals this. We are going across in y. Oh, you know, well, we don't have normals, but I don't think that normals should matter, but I guess it is possible. It probably wouldn't matter, but it probably wouldn't matter, but yeah. This is correct. Yeah, I mean, it may have to do with, because we don't have normals and we're calling that as well, it might have something to do with it. And I did this. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, no. No, it is 36. It is 36 per thing. So that's correct. Yeah, I mean, since we aren't using the normals, it might be usually I'm still writing more readable, less prone to dumb bugs. Yeah, I typically don't like abstracting it when it's like a hobby project, you know? Every time I had a mustache, people said I let it be too wide. Well, that's good. I'm not running it in a VM. No, this is my computer. Nah, yeah, I don't know anything about style guides myself. Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna have to look at the code for it again and make sure that I didn't mess it up. Okay, so both 0, all 0, then x 0 0, xx 0. Yeah, that's correct. 0 1 0, 0 0 1. Yep. 1 0 1, and then all 1, and then 0 1 1. So yeah, that's correct. And then for the 12 triangles, there's 1 0 2, 2 0 3, 6 4 5, 7 4 6, 5 0 1, 4 0 5, 2 3 6, 6 3 7, 3 0 7, 7 0 4, 5 1 6, 6 1 2. Yeah, I mean, all that's correct. I probably we can try and verify some of these though. I guess like that's our next step, right? Because us getting a straight line probably means that we aren't making very wide triangles, you know. So 1 0 2. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Yeah, that is correct. Oh, this is a bummer. I did kind of just assume that it would kind of just work. And it is 12 times, yeah, this is the correct amount. We could try to print out some of these triangles, I guess, just to make sure that these are correct and they exist. I also may have like done a constructor wrong because C programmer brain may have also been the case. Well, I put this on my resume. I guess. Yeah, I guess. Am I from Russia? No, I'm from well, I'm from New York, but I live in the southern U.S. on the East Coast. How much time while I'm programming? Some my background. I started programming when I was like 16, 17, and now I'm 25. So my background is a lot of things, like art mainly. I haven't programmed all these years, a lot of not programming, to be honest, but yeah. I wonder if this is a problem. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Before we go crazy here, it may be because I'm zeroing the normals, to be honest. That may have something to do with it. Yeah, let me see if we can... I don't know what the thing is, though, to just make it, a color. I can, bring up an older project where I was testing that. I don't know which project this is, though. It might be copy of cube, I think. Yeah. Oh, so we need per vertex color, though, don't we? Can I just set it to do... Yeah, I think what we want is this. Like, I literally just want to draw it as a single color and not have shading right now, just to test this. Yeah, so let's just let me try that instead of this. Yeah. Okay, no, we still have a line. My idea here, why we just have a line, is that maybe it's just like not going in one direction. It is quite bizarre, though, that our controls in terms of like viewing it are also kind of warped. It almost looks like it being projected from behind the camera. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But yeah, I mean, we could bring back the code that we had here just to make sure that we're not... I didn't like set something up wrong, Like, I could have just like made some sort of bug that has nothing to do with it itself. It possibly is just... Okay, well... Okay, here it is. So yeah, let's just actually just try to do this. Just copy this, just to make sure that I'm not like... I didn't make like a stupid bug like that. Because if it's the stuff that I just programmed, then that's fine. But okay, there it is. So yeah, it is. It has to be the. Yeah, well, if that works, then it's definitely the stuff that I coded with trying to get it these vertices populated. That's definitely what it is. I don't look like I'm from New York. It's really? That's interesting. Maybe it's the beard, I don't know. Let's try initializing them at 0 as the origin. Let me try 0 as the origin. Okay. I mean, hey, it's better than what we had before. It's the average New Yorker look. I mean, they look, you know, there's a lot of, you know, New Yorkers, man. Oh, dude. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. I don't reset Y at the end of every row, so that's why it's going in a straight line. Oh my god, I'm so stupid sometimes. Y has to equal the starting position, of course, because that's how rows work. There we go. Now we have a grid. Okay, so the first thing we noticed, though, is that we do have this weird rhombus thing going on, don't we? Oh no, it isn't. It's just it's kind of like a winding thing, because these triangles share an edge, and so it ends up creating a rhombus. Yeah, so that's why we were going in a line. Yeah. Hey man, it happens to the best of us. Okay, so the next thing is like, why didn't this work though? This is a different bug. I think. Do I not know how math works? No, I do know how math works. Okay, so that was the bug. I was just being dumb. This is the problem with it glows. Oh yeah, that's just a light that I have modulating around. Okay, so this is our grid that we're gonna be doing stuff. Did I apply some kind of, yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier, where it's like kind of on the CPU. Like, this isn't a shader, you know. How you do lighting normally now is you do like blend Phong shader or whatever, you know. But in Direct 3D and like older graphics, what I literally do is I create a light and I just move it around, not in a shader, you know. I'm trying to make LODs. Not necessarily. I mean, with this project, it's not really a game engine. The idea is to bring Cellular Automata into 3D space, like a 3D kind of scalar field that I'm gonna mesh in ISO surfaces. But we still have to do Conway first, which is what we're trying to do here. So now we have this, so that makes me feel a lot better, getting that finished. So, okay, so now we have a grid of cubes. Now the question is, how do we turn them off and on? Okay, this is the difficult part. Okay, so first of all, inside of setup, okay, inside of our setup function, which, believe it or not, I think it's in render. Sorry, my other screen keeps on going on. Okay, so in here, what we should do is we should literally, I'm just going to malloc into, what did I just call it? I think I called it cells. We're just going to malloc this to grid width times grid height. Actually, yeah, I mean, let's do the calloc thing. And this is just a float array that will just tell us if a cell is alive or not for now. Okay, so that's that. Now, for just, you know, to make people happy, we're just going to do a, you know, hey, stumbled against your game engine videos and have been enjoying them. What do I do professionally? Does it align what I'm doing on this channel? No, I've never had a professional programming job, believe it or not. I'm not the most, you know, reliable person. I think I'm you know, good at programming, but you know, I hope one day. But no, I think what I do would stretch it to call it professionally. But anyway, so literally all we want to do is rand this. So I then manage my expenses. How do I manage my expenses? Well, I don't expend a lot. That's how I manage them. That is how I manage them. Okay, so cells. Okay, so what am I doing here? Sorry. We're just gonna rand it. Rand is also all. Is it -1 or is it 0 inclusive? I don't remember, to be 100% honest. I think it's that. Brother might consume the magical healing green herb. Nice one. Yeah, I guess so. Do you just do? Like in Resident Evil? Oh, the green herb from Resident Evil. Yeah, I love Resident Evil. I haven't played all of them, actually. I only played 4 and 5, I think. Okay, so anyway, the updates. So I have the update rule that I have to implement now. So okay, so any live cell with fewer than 2. Okay, so 1 or 0. A live cell with 2 or 3 lives, and any cell with more than 3 dies. Okay, so very simple here. Oh, we need to do the back buffer. That's what we need to do. Okay, so let me just make a comment here since I don't have enough monitors. Less than 2 die. 2, 3 live. Greater than 3 die. 3 live equals live. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I had to make sure that I got that. Yeah, that's why I don't live in New York. Am I running XP through a VM? No, this is on my computer. Free code camps are best to learn. I think what they have is good. I haven't watched it myself, but I kind of think that like learning from a book is pretty good for sure. Okay, so yeah, the second buffer. We have to have a back buffer for this because we need to read and then manipulate another buffer because that's just how Conway works. Is you can't read from it and then modify it in place, or else it gets sucky. I don't think I actually put this anywhere, so so I didn't put that anywhere, so I'm just gonna put that there, and then inside of here, when we are setting up, I just have to also calc that one as well. So one we're going to write to, and then we'll just mem copy it at the end, you know how we do it. What's on my other PC? Well, my other PC is like my kind of laptop. It just has Linux. I think, it's in DevOS right now. But I've been enjoying working on this thing for sure. So we're just gonna loop through all of it. If you want to get into C programming, you get to C programming. Yeah, I've heard about that book too. So we're just gonna do the entire grid like this. And from in here, we need to, right, so if we need to check all the neighboring cells, right? So let's just get an int neighbors equals 0, and then what's the most efficient way to do this? Well, I mean, we could do it kind of naively, to be honest, but, you know, we could just do if, I don't think you want to wrap around, or maybe you do. You don't mind wrapping around. Let's just do if I minus 1 is less than, well, let's do greater than or equal to 0, right? And then 1 if I plus 1 is less than. Basically, so what I'm doing right now is not going to be anywhere near the final code. You know, I'm just kind of implementing a proof of concept right now, so I'm not really caring too much about it. This is cool looking coloring that I'm coding on. This is Visual Studio 2008 on Windows XP. Okay, so this is where we're going to do the negative ones. Okay, so we're just going to do if cells I minus 1, then neighbors plus plus if that's grid width, right? That's grid width. Oh, but we have to do the, oh my gosh, I don't want to do this way. It's so cursed. I don't want to clamp it this way. It's so cursed. It's so cursed. Because then you have to do it all throughout. I mean, yeah, I mean the way you could do it is like literally just like loop over it the other way, but like have to get to our levels. This is an incredibly low level, to be honest. I mean, this is like the ugliest code I'll ever write in my entire life, but once again, we are not caring about the quality of it right now. Okay. Yeah, you know what? We should really... This is gonna be disgusting. This is going to be disgusting, actually. So let's just go... Yeah, I mean, you kind of just have to walk at X and Y, actually. So we can't even do this. We have to do... Unfortunately, I mean, it like seems like such an easy thing to do, but you know, you have to kind of, because it's bounds checking, man. It's always the bounds checking, and I don't want to do like 10 different conditionals. Like hell no. Have I written a code in binary? No. I remember when they taught us binary in school. Like when I was learning, you know, programming in school. It's like quite mind-blowing. Quite mind-blowing. So what we want to do is grid width plus x, right? So we get the index, and now we need to make sure yeah, so let's just do for Yeah, so this is it. Okay, we do this, and then we just, I know it's, you know, it's a lot of nesting, yeah, but this is the way you do it. And now we just, all we have to do now, the cool thing about this is that we just do and then we just bounce check it once, which is nice. With plus dx, and then you just do didx is greater than or equal to 0, and didx is less than grid width times grid height. We can pre-compute that in a second. I mean, I don't know how good the compiler is. Back in my day, people used to code in binary. Yeah, I've seen this video of this guy making this computer out of just like, you know, diodes and shit. It was crazy. It like printed out paper and stuff. It was insane. Okay, music. I need music. Okay. Okay, I asked for music and we got a YouTube ad, but that's alright. Okay, so I just want to do, we need neighbors.
Don't let it happen to your money too. Vanguard's Cash Plus account can't help you at work, but we can help with your savings. Find out how much
And then we go neighbors. If cells didx, then neighbors plus plus. Okay. Do I shoegaze? Oh, you know, I've always sucked at making shoegaze myself, but I've dabbled in it for sure. I have the effect pedal, some of the ones, not like the cool analog ones, but some of the digital ones, the newer kind of digital ones, yeah. Okay, so after we have accumulated the neighbors, oh yeah, so the annoying thing here is that we have to do if dx is x and dy is y, then we just continue, right? Because that's the one that we're in the middle. Okay, now, this is the wrong, now we do the update loop stuff. So I wrote the note here. Okay. Conway in 3D. I mean, this probably somebody's done this before, right? It has to be. Okay, so less than 2 die. So first of all, if we are alive, so if cells idx, then we can go into this update loop. Else, we have a different thing, which we are checking if 3 are alive. So if neighbors less than 2, oh wait, we can't actually modify this. Once again, we are using the back buffer. Actually, yeah, so that's the annoying thing, is that we should mem copy into the back before we start. So cells, okay. Okay. So then our back IDX equals 0. Actually, you know what? Like, why are we doing this? It should just be this. Okay. So then, but why do I make things so stupid? Sorry. Okay. Really, you could have just rolled this into one conditional, you know. I'm not sure like what my problem is. Well, whatever. Oh no, you can't because of this. So if neighbors is 3, then okay. There we go, and all we need to do now is that we just mem copy back into cells. Grid with. Do I use Vim key bindings? Of course, but this is unfortunately Visual Studio 2008, and it doesn't have them. It sometimes sucks. I'm a Helix fan, so I like multiple cursor stuff. I'm much faster than this usually, but you know, there are some downsides for sure to the whole thing. But I do love working on this machine. Okay, so I think we can just call this. So init, we just call this on initialization, and that's in here. For some reason I put it in render. Don't ask me why, but so we're just gonna call init Conway here once we allocate, and now when it comes to updating, we need to I need to make a thing inside of the loop here. Yeah, I think you know, for now we don't have to like make it super crazy. We can just go update Conway. Do I use XP for games too? The XP thing is just like brand new. You know, it's brand new. So I have old CDs from like when I was a kid of like Splinter Cell and stuff. I haven't really put them in, but that's kind of what I grew up on, to be honest. Was those old like 2000s games that were on CD. My first game, I think, was Unreal 2. So I'm like a huge fan of this era, you know? It's super sick. Okay, so now that we're updating, now's the hard part, right? Which is like, how do we actually toggle these cubes? And I've been trying to think through it. The easiest way I can think of it is to literally like use this offset. This is offset, right? It's not telling me. That's start vertex, right? Yeah. So what we can do is we can just loop through and draw them. It does look so smooth. I was making the argument earlier today that I think Windows XP is like the last operating system. You know, we don't have operating systems anymore. It's like, you know, it's just not like there was a vision, like art went into Windows XP that it's just not like that anymore. And I prefer like an operating system. You know, I like Linux. I think I love, you know, the philosophy behind it, all of it, but I also like, you know, appreciating art, right? And there's like definitely an art inside of Windows XP for sure. I think that they should design things, you know, instead of just like trying to, oh, you know, everybody's gonna like this. No, I mean, make something bold, make something interesting. Nobody's doing that anymore. Well, Linux is better. You know, I mean, I use Linux. I don't use Windows, but I think to me, like, we should be creating art, you know, instead of just saying like, hey, you know, here's the tools to build your own operating system. I think that's cool as well, but you know. So if that technically works, I think. Okay. Conversion from int to float. Oh. I need to put that in the header file. That's that. Did I not include it? I didn't. Sorry, I'm trying to read chat, but also trying to code. Okay, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. You do hate to see it. Okay, so let me try not updating. Let's try not updating, and then just see if it's my I think it's probably to be honest, it probably is the rendering thing isn't going to work out like I wanted it to, which you know, I was kind of banking on that working, but you know, if it doesn't want to work, then it doesn't want to work, you know. We'll just find a different way to do it. I just want to see if we can loop through and draw the... Can't loop through and draw that. We cannot loop through and draw them. So why is that not working? Oh, because this is a conditional. That's why. That's why we can't debug it, but I mean, that's... Okay. Okay, so this is 12 times I times 3, actually. I'm realizing now. Yeah, there we go. Because there's 3 vertices in a triangle, and it's an offset, not a thing, you know? Okay. So, I still don't think that this is going to work, though. Unfortunately. Yeah. I think the update stuff is probably working. It's just probably... Yeah. I mean, maybe I'm not initializing it right. Maybe I did this incorrectly. I mean, if I just initialize everything to 1, then it'll still probably... Well, maybe not, actually. Oh, cells. I hope that I did this right, because us just banking on it working for it to be in 3D is kind of, you know, difficult. Yeah, this is correct. That is correct. I'm just making sure that I wrote this correctly. I did. Yeah, you know what I'd be interested to see? If like we just hard like code like ones and zeros and then don't do an update and like just see if that's I think it's this minus 1. I think it's like that, maybe. Or maybe it's 2 minus 1, I think. That's how you do it. But, I mean, that's not the bug for sure. I think I'm just going to get rid of the update and then see if we can just, you know, if we can just render a field of... Okay, there we go. This is what the random looks. Yes, I have experience in Rust for sure. I like Rust. It's hard. Yeah, it is always going to be 0. You are right. You are right. I always forget if I should subtract the 1 before or after. How am I getting DIDX again? I loop over the deltas in each direction. Okay. But now this doesn't work. Oh, never mind, it does. Yay. Cool. And that's Conway's Game of Life in 3D. Yeah, I guess I should apply some like shading to it, or like make it I don't know, make it like less, I don't know, maybe make it smaller. Like we can make it smaller and start ourselves further out so that we can see it. Okay, so yeah, it was totally just me not remembering how rand works. Well, you know. All right, good night. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. Not me, good night. Good night to you. All right. So, now that this works, we got some aesthetic stuff to work on. Let's just move. Well, okay, so let's, what do I want to do? So let's make this light not a point light and make it a directional light so that it hits all of it. So that's I think it's directional light, or is it directional? Yeah, let's see the compile error. Hey, no compile error. Okay, so that's what it looks like with directional light. Oh, this isn't gonna work because none of these have normals. Yeah, we forgot to pre-compute that, so that's why it just looks like you turn the brightness up. So I have to try to Rust. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fighting with the compiler with Rust, but I like it. I think it's cool. But I could never like use it for anything seriously. Okay, so let's compute the normals here. I mean, so there's like a simple way to do this and a more complex, more correct way, right? What we want to do, I mean, just in general, is we want to do, you know, the vertex normals that are like actually correct, and so we need to average the face normals of the faces that the point is on, and we don't have that stored per triangle, unfortunately. But we can figure it out, I think. Yeah, the thing is, like, yeah, I kind of don't want to do it this way because this is kind of like hard coding it, like to do like a normal one right here for this triangle and then just like, yeah, but that's kind of the way to do it, really. So, yeah. Yeah, but then how do you know which one it's, you could just do the function for a range. Not necessarily. I mean, I think what I probably should do is just calculate the normals for all of the sides of the square, of the cube, and then just refer to them like that. I should just like compute it up here, and then while I'm going through here, I can set the normal based on what the point is next to. I have to think though, like, yeah. So if it's a point is on a certain place, the only thing that is telling us which face is it's next to is going to be like, you know, in some direction. So trying to think of a way to do this that's not nice, like a hash. I don't think I'm gonna hash. I don't think I'm gonna hash this. It's not that crazy, especially since it's like a pre-computing thing. It's not that crazy. Yeah. Oh, okay. I figured it out. So each point, it's not, it doesn't matter. The vertex doesn't matter. It's each point, right? And so we can encode this per point instead of, you know, thinking about this like it's so complicated, right? Is that we can literally just do it per point, right? And just put this in a, you know, a vec3 maybe that's next to the point, or whatever. We could just like make n0 or whatever a vec3, right? Like that's a very simple way to go about this. And but to get there, so we don't have to worry about what it's, we'll be able to find that easily, but I still need to figure out for each one of the 6 faces of a cube. I have to remember how to calculate a normal, which I believe is, you know, doing some dotting, so that's what I'm going to do. I think I dot something with the negative y or something, right? So I think it's like that, maybe. I might have to actually like look at the PDF. I forget the equation, but we have it here. Not to do some linear. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing right now. I have to remember the formula though. It's a cross product, but I need to know what the, I think it's like x and negative y or something. Okay, it's not matrix. Here it is. Yeah, it's telling me about the D, but I don't care about the D. I need the N, bro. Okay, here it is. So it's P1 and in P0. Wait, it's really just subtraction? I thought you had to do a cross product and then the cross product. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember this at all. Okay, well, that's what we'll do. So how do I do that? I think I'm just... It's just unit vectors and their negations. Yeah. How do I do this in a loop is the question. I'm just gonna fake it until I make it, you know? Okay, so... yeah, I mean, you kind of just want... I guess we can do FN6, right? And then just like do this per face. But then I have to like figure out, you know, the basis. I mean, like we don't have to loop this. We really don't have to loop this. We don't have to loop this. We just do this. And then just like think about it logically. Like it's not the most ridiculous thing. So it's literally just going to be y plus cell size. No, I have to subtract points though. Is the thing. Okay. So let's do that. God, I don't want to have to like make a an operator like overload thing for this. That would like suck. Okay. I can do... Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's unit vectors, but that's only like the case of a cube though. Like what if I need to do this later? Is kind of like what I'm kind of worried about, but I mean, yeah, this is kind of the annoying part. I was just gonna do this because if I use D3D vector 3, then I can just like do all the cross products and stuff with their thing. Like I don't have to do it myself. So, and try to, yeah, I mean, I already have them in my game engine, but yeah, I could just like copy that. Yeah, I'm trying to like think like what's the not fucked up way to do this. The problem is like I need a way to like actually index into the normals, right, by point. In my engine, I just do it all by, you know, triangles, right? By, you know, figuring out the neighboring triangles. But if I want to do that in a not fucked up way, it's kind of whatever. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, for each... The annoying thing is that it's like a catch-22. Like, we have to omit the triangles, right? And then figure out the normals. And then go back and then put the normals inside of the vertices. Depending on which ones it is next to. Which is like, you know, it's just very annoying. But yeah, that is kind of annoying. I guess we could make some sort of, like, is it cursed that I just want to put this inside of Vertex as well? That, like, the way in my game engine, right, is that I, like, have face normals encoded inside of vertices. It's not just the normals. It's literally, it would be like, and that way I always know. But the thing is that this can't be, yeah, I know, but it's hard to find, you know, find the faces afterwards, you know? You know? Because I don't have them, like, here, you know? And so I have to, like, go back through and then figure it out, you know? It's kind of a pain. Yeah, I'm trying to think of, like, a not fucked up way to do it. Other than, like, indexing, right? Like, because then P1 would correspond to that, this, and this, right? And then we could index into it. You know, that's the other way of doing it, right? Kind of thinking really hard about it, but I probably should not be thinking so hard about it. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, yeah. How do I want to do this? I think if I emit from each triangle. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I know that it sounds cursed or whatever to do this, but this is the way I've done it in the past, and it gives you an ability to do it, right? Because otherwise, you don't really know the face normals. You don't have a way to store them and index into them if you don't do this. So that's what I'm gonna do. I think that that's just the way that makes sense to me. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so if I want to get this, then I would compute I would compute this. Right. And then this would be the U, and then you get the V, and then you cross them. Okay. And then you need to do that with the other one. Yeah, this is why, you know, having some abstraction for this would have been nice, you know. I think that this is the correct way. You just go with 0, right? And then you do a cross. I have to look up what the order for a cross is, but then you get the N. So honestly, you know what I could do? I could just make a function that just takes in 3, gives us a normal, right, for the surface, and then I just encode it inside of here. As a part of the constructor, I put in a normal, and then later what we do is we just iterate through the triangles themselves, and then yeah, it's kind of annoying, because then how do I know that P1 is on this triangle without like actually like having some sort of index buffer to do it, which is probably what I should be doing.
Working across teams is tough, but Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and...
I didn't really think about this, to be honest. Yeah, let's make a function that does this. So I'm just going to do okay. So that's just gonna do this, right? Yeah. So this is going to be B A B A. Okay. Okay. So now I have to do the cross. I forget how to do this. I have it right here. I've not done this in forever though. Okay, here it is. Okay. So it is y times v minus z times y. So it's wait, hold on. It's u y. This has always confused the fuck out of me. I think that's it, right? Yeah. And then you just do that next to z and x, and then x and y. Okay. Just type it out. Type it out. Wait, but isn't this hold on, this can't be right, right? Okay, I think it is correct. Okay, I think it is correct. Okay, so let's just return this, and then that's fine. Okay, so what we want to do before this is get the normal, so vec3 equals calc normal with p1, p0, and p2. And then we just put this into the constructor here. But next, the interesting thing is, like, now how do I do the faces, do the averaging though? Normalize it? Oh yeah, that's so true actually. That is so true. Do I want to do that in line or what? Yeah, let me just make a... How do I do this again? Don't I do... That's embarrassing. I don't remember how to do that. I think you, I'm tired. Yeah. Okay, so you get the magnitude of it all, right? So you, add it all together and then, oh, right. So you add them up, square them, and then, yeah. Okay, I remember this. Okay. Why do we need to normalize it? Because it's called a normal. I know that that's such a, stupid thing, but... Yeah, I just got really tired thinking about this shit. Sorry, I'm freaking tired. Okay, so we're just gonna return this. Wait. Oh, we have to do, wait. Oh, yeah, so this is the magnitude, and then you divide everything by this. Got it. Yeah, so. And then a.x, okay, there we go. That's normalized. That shit is so normalized. Okay, so then just go normalize. Okay. Okay, so now we have our first face normal. Okay, but the problem here is that I need to find a way to figure out what points correspond to, what face is kind of the problem, dude. I guess, like, the stupid fucking way to do it would be to just pre-calculate all of these for the entire thing, for the entire surface, and then what am I doing? I'm trying to figure out a way to compute vertex normals without it being a complicated thing, a complicated system. I mean, storing them. I guess, like, the stupidest thing that I could fucking do would be to just, like, literally loop over all of the faces in the neighborhood and then just choose the ones that it neighbors. I know that that's such a fucking stupid thing to do, but, or I could just literally, like, compare against all of these points, like, like, that's not the end of the world, right? The thing is, like, when I scale this, is like, how am I gonna do that then? That's gonna be kind of a disaster. I don't want to have to do, like, a BVH, but I think that might be the case. But I don't have to do that right now. It's just exhausting me thinking about that, but, yeah, I don't have to do that right now. Yeah. Yeah. So, if we want to calculate this for all of these triangles, that's fine. But, like, yeah. It's a problem for my future self? Yeah, except it's gonna be my future self in like 2 days. It's kind of the problem. It's like, it's not an immediate problem for today, but in like 2 days it's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a big problem. I don't want to. Whatever, man. Whatever, man. If I have to, so I have to do it for everyone, and then I have to line them up, right? So if it's P1, I have to figure out what else is P1. So this triangle, and that triangle, and then do them together. Yeah, that's kind of fucked up, bro. That's kind of fucked up. Oh man, you would love to have the key bindings for Vim right now. That's what you would love to have. Actually, you know what? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna do it. It makes sense to maybe hashing the points. Yeah. Yeah. Would you hash like all of them at once? Like in terms of like, yeah, because if a cube is neighboring another cube, then yeah. Yeah, I'd have to like look up how to do that because I'm not gonna know how to set up a hash like that off the top of my head. But I think that's probably what is gonna have to be done when I'm not just doing cubes, you know? But yeah, for now let's just assume that all of it is going to be cubes until we get to that point, but that's a problem for like tomorrow me, for sure. The problem with doing this is that it's kind of annoying because we might do double the work. Like, if you hash the points, you can do running sums and then divide. Then grab the normals on the second pass. Running sums. What do you mean by running sums? Yeah, that does sound like really nice. Do you mean just like summing the like this and then like hashing it like that? Would you like make an array? No, you just make an array that you would. Yeah. I see what you're saying here. It's just like, how big would that have to be? How do I know how big that would have to be? Would it be just like... Maybe you would... Hold on. Maybe you just subtract x and subtract y when you're computing the hash. And just start it like that, right? Oh, but this is... Would it look like this? And then... for each point... Like, I guess my idea is that you would subtract, for each point, you would subtract x and y to get it, like, at 0, everything at 0. And so x plus cell size, right, it would look like, oh, but then x and y would get would overwrite each other. So you can't do that. So would you really need to do like the whole, like, yeah. Would you really need to do this? Like that's such a big table, man. Maybe you just have one big table at once. I don't know. With some music? Oh yeah, I can give it to you. Yeah, this might end up being, it's one of those things where it seems like fine on paper, but it's actually not, you know. I guess you would like so would it look like this? Or hold on, how do you index into this? Because this is only a... I mean... so this is what it would look like for a point hash. It would look like this. And so you would have it int... this would be your table size, I guess, and then is it like that? For voxels, you would just run along the voxel array using a 3x3x3 iterator instead of a 1x1x1. Center cube is the one you emit vertices for. That's actually an interesting idea, yeah. That is an interesting idea. I guess the question is like, doesn't that like matter like which way you're going in though? I don't know. This is how you would hash a point though, right? Inside of the thing. I think. If you have a grid of this size. And then for each point you would just be like this into here. Wait, but this doesn't work. This doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know how to index this. I think that since it's 3 dimensions, you need to do like times yeah, and then this is the Z, right? Voxel can only touch 26 other voxels. Yeah. I guess I'm not really working in 3D space yet, but yeah, that's true. Yeah, because this is eventually going to, if I turn this into 3D space, this would have to be bigger, right? Vertex normals and cubes look terrible. Yeah, that's true, but the idea is that at some point they won't be cubes. I think I'm indexing this okay, but it's going to be more complicated later. But I think that this is the proper way to hash it. And then maybe later for each point, and then, but what are we hashing inside of here? Hold on, what are we hashing inside of here? Also do db? I'm not sure what that means. Yeah, if I... The problem is, like, what even am I hashing in here? Like, you know? Like, I would hash in what? Like, all three of the... I guess, yeah, you could. You could just have... This is an array of normals. Is that cursed? That sounds so fucking cursed. That sounds so fucking cursed. Is that cursed? No, not that. I mean this. Not that. This. This is... Is that... How cursed is that? Alright. I don't know if we should try this. I feel like this is like... This idea is so overcooked at this point. This idea is so fucking overcooked. Like, this is so... Okay, I think I might need to sleep on that idea before I code that. Listen. I'm gonna figure out how to hash it, okay? And then we're gonna come back tomorrow and I'm gonna hash it, okay? But it's just not for me right now. That's a problem for later me, for sure, man. I cannot figure it out. That's gonna be complicated. Because the thing is, you would need to be storing face normals in here that it's next to. So what you would do is you would, for each point that is a part of this normal, you would hash the normal in here, and then you would increment a counter that next time you hash it, you would hash the next face normal. Okay? That's fucking cursed, man. That's cursed. Okay, but that might be what you need to do. Okay, but yeah, I'm gonna use marching cubes. That was my plan, at least. At least, like, that's what I saw when I was, like, trying to figure out how I would do this. And that's what seemed like the most reasonable idea. But I have, like, no clue how hard it's gonna be. Like, when it comes to, like, actually figuring some of this shit out. Like, obviously... I only, like, I have no clue. The problem is, like 2D linear is already so computationally expensive that to get it to work, not only in 3D but on old hardware, it's gonna be shit. It's gonna be awful. But you know, I was like, man, but if it works, it's so sick. But, I mean, that's if it works. I mean, so that's even before we're talking about shading, right? Like, even with it without lighting, that's already It's already really hard. Two, 3, 6, 6, 3, 7. Okay. 307, 704. Seven oh four 516 612. Oh fuck. Okay, well we're one off. The good thing is that I have like good mental, you know? 203 645 746 501 405 405 236 637 307 704. Wait. No, we're not off by 1. We started at 0. What the hell is wrong with me? Parallelize the computations? It is probably possible. I don't really know. If you're talking about threads, I don't know how many threads I even have on this CPU. It is kind of a period accurate computer. But they have done a lot of, you can look at their code that they have for it. They have like done a lot of that stuff. The problem is like it's all FFT stuff, so it's gonna be hard. Okay, so now we can just do this by hand, right? And so I can code straight into this thing. We can just yeah, so now we just go per point now that we have these, and now we get the actual point for the thing. So P1N is going to equal, we're going to average the normals of everything that it is on it, right? So it's going to be N10, N11, and N0. Yeah, the problem is that you kind of want this to be future-proofed, and so what I'm going to do is I'll just take in a vec3 and a right. Does it already 0? I think it does, right? Yeah. So we're just gonna loop through. Yeah, I should have really just used their vectors, to be honest, because now this is becoming kind of a problem. Why are you mad at me? It might be mad because of this. Yeah, well, it's gonna be mad at me, and then it's going to, you know, be a jerk later, but whatever. So we're just going to accumulate all of this stuff into here, and then afterwards I'm just going to divide it by the Fantastic. Okay, so that's what we're doing. So now we're just going to average normals. Is it going to allow me to do this array in line? Like, is it going to allow me to do this? Because if it would, then it would be like awesome. If I could just do that, it would be sick. I don't think it's going to allow me to do it though, to be honest. I think that it's just not gonna happen, but one can dream. Okay, let's see where it's mad. It's mad at this, actually. What? Oh. My bad. I don't know why I did that, but okay. So it's not gonna allow me to do this. God, that would have been so fucking awesome if it allowed me to do that. Is that like a you know, a C standard thing that's like, because it's not the first time that that's been a problem. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I'm just going to literally, because it's just mad that I did it in line, so it is just like very annoying though. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? Okay, I can't believe we compile. But yeah, we do actually compile. I'm confused why that's happening. When we look around, I'm not really sure why. Kind of worried that I messed something up while I was doing all of this, but technically that shouldn't have any effect on it. Yeah, why is it flashing? We may have messed that up when I did the directional light thing, actually, and we may have just not noticed it. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. Well, okay, music. Yeah, this is kind of annoying that I have to do all this by hand. There's probably like a really easy way to do it, but I do have to probably look up how to do it. Yeah, I'll probably like hash it or something. But yeah. Okay. Okay, so now we just have to do this for 8 points. We have to do it for 8 points. Yeah, probably is a easy way to do this, but I kind of just want to get this done and then call it a day, to be honest. Wait, that's P1. We never did P0. This should be 1. This should be 0. Okay, so for 0 we have 0, 1, and... Why do we have 4? Oh wait, but P1 has more. 1, 2... Oh, but it's because they're not... Yeah, so every one is going to have 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's 5 and 6? Maybe it is just 4. Yeah. Yeah, but if it has 4, then... Yeah, but the thing is that P0 has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Am I just blind? P1, P1... P1, P1. Did I mess this up? It's bizarre that P0 is used more than P1. Like, what is that? Like, 2, 2, 2... 2, 2, 2, 2. So yeah, otherwise it's 4, but P0 has 6. Okay. Well, whatever. So let's just do that then. So I'm not going to worry about that being more for now. I'm just going to go into no, I was doing, yeah, so that's what confused me, is that this is apparently, you know, N4 and 5. I mean, I guess, like, I guess, man. So this is more actually. So 1, it's also N4 is in here. So, okay, so it's actually going to follow this format then. It's kind of cursed though, not gonna lie. 0, 1, 11, 6. Yeah, you know what? I should probably not be doing that, to be honest. But whatever. 1, 6, 7, 1, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this is probably not the best way to go about doing this. I don't want to have to like implement a BVH today though. It's kind of what I don't want to do, or like a, you know, some sort of hashing system is like so complicated for what I was planning on doing today. Okay. 2, 3, 5, 9. 2, 3, 5, 9. Two, 3, 5, 9. I never did 5. 2. Two, 4, 5, 10. Okay, I'm almost done. 2, 3, 7, 10. Three, 7, 8, 9. Okay. And the final one. Yeah, I probably am gonna have to do like a, you know, a BVH or something. Wait, hold on. Oh, we're done. We're done. Finally. That took way too long. Okay. Alright, so now, now all we have to do is actually just like make a constructor for it with a vec3 and just like as a vec3 and then just set it to that. Okay. So all we have to do is do P1N like that. I think. Wait, hold on. That's the wrong. Yeah, it's supposed to be. Like that. Okay, I have genuinely no clue if this is going to work, but, you know, at least I tried. At least I tried. I'm down to like give it a shot without even finishing all of them, because this is excruciating. I at least want to know that what I did makes sense, you know? So let's go back to this. Okay, it is directional. Yeah, I don't know what the... Yeah, I'm not seeing any, oh, because we didn't, I didn't do this. I didn't re-enable this. Yeah, it is. It is. I'm going to be working on my goal is to make like a 3D linear implementation. That's the goal. I want to make it in actual 3D space though, not in a 2D space. That's kind of the goal. But for now, I need to get this working. In terms of like getting, I'm trying to get the normals correct, and I don't think that I'm doing it correctly. Brazil Aki, what's up? Oh. Yeah, I totally forgot about this. I had this on. That's probably what's causing bugs. Is that I had flat shading on. Well, maybe this isn't exactly... Yeah, I'm gonna just assume that the normals aren't correct. Still, which is kind of sucky to be honest. I mean, then again, I haven't really finished doing all the normals, so it's very possible that I thought that, you know, just having some of the normals would be enough, though, for us to see if there is, if it is working. But it's possible that maybe it doesn't work, though. I just wrote a shit ton of code though to try and average the normals though, so probably gonna have to change it anyway though if I end up doing all this isosurface stuff. Is like I'm gonna need to find some way to hash points so that I can calculate the normals for things. YXP? I think it's a great operating system, and I like working on retro things because, well, one, I don't really have the money to buy a new computer, so I kind of just program what I can, you know. Yeah, I think it might be honestly a problem with directional light in general. I don't actually think that it's a problem with the normals. because then the light would look like wonky, but it's not. So I think maybe it has to do with all this other stuff that we're setting here that I set for the light settings. Yeah. I don't know. The point light works fine, but this light does not really shade well for whatever reason. I don't know why. Oh well, I think I'm just going to set it back to point and then just, you know, maybe figure that out later. But yeah. Yeah, this is the point lighting that's on this one cube. Huh. Let me try without just drawing everything instead, and then so that I can see the lighting, because it's okay. Yeah, so I think that this works. The reason why it looks weird is, in terms of like what's on the side, is because these normals are getting averaged with their interior cube shape and not the normals of surrounding cubes, you know? So that's why it's treating it like a hard edge. And to fix that, we're gonna have to actually like hash points, I think. It's not an easy kind of thing to solve, unfortunately, in terms of like the harsh edges. It's like, it's not a simple thing, unfortunately. But yeah, I kind of wish I could get the directional light to work, you know. It just doesn't look great. But honestly, I was having that problem earlier when I was testing, so it's not like anything new. What? What? What is the problem? Oh, that's why. The specular thing is also kind of weird. Like, I'm pretty sure that that's the specular thing, is that, like, buggy sort of... Okay, really? You're gonna... Yeah, that's 100% the specular thing that's bouncing off. But yeah, it doesn't shade well. It doesn't shade well. You try, like, a different direction, maybe? No. Yeah, earlier I was having trouble with it as well. Yeah, that just completely blows it up. Really? Like that direction vector matters that much? Really? I mean, I guess so. Oh, actually, yeah, that kind of does make sense because it's shining down on it. So in that case, then maybe this would be better at like 8 or something. Yeah. I think you have to like play around with it to get like the perfect angle for it to actually like shade properly, but I mean, I think that the normals are working. I don't think that it's a normal problem. I think it's kind of a problem with this. Yeah, well, I mean, since the point light works, then I'm just going to assume that this works properly and not really, you know, not really worry too much about it. Okay, well, for today, I think that that's pretty much going to be it. I think I am like, you know, decently happy with the progress we get. I have to figure out why the directional light just doesn't want to shade properly, but for point lights it works fine. But I guess the goal is to now either make this a proper linear thing or try to expand it in 3D, which I have no clue how I'm going to do. I guess if we're talking about just like pure Conway, there's 8, and then there's 8, 16, 32, so 34, that would be neighboring, right? And so you would just like move I think these numbers up. You would just scale them up, maybe. But yeah, we would have to basically make a third dimension, right? Which is pretty crazy. We could do that though. We would have to loop in the Z direction as well. The pain would be that now we have to change this. We would have to change this as well. Although it wouldn't be the end of the world, because all we would do would be like, you'd have, we would just make it grid width again. And then we would just loop through it like this. Just like that. And all we would have to do would just move this inward right? And we would just grab all of this, put it in there, and then we probably want our grid to be smaller naturally, so that's what I'm going to do next, is make a small grid of 64 by 64 with a smaller cell size, and that is what I'm going to do. So when we allocate, we already allocate to this, so that's fine. It's just going to have another dimension, right? Right? Well, this isn't allocating, but you get what I'm saying. So I'm going to do that, and then over here we're just going to multiply that again. Okay. The problem is, like, I should really have like a, you know, a variable that just does that for us, but okay, so how are we going to draw those? Kind of the problem. No, don't think about it too hard. We're still all cubes, so that's fine. Okay. I think that this is fine. Oh, then you have to do this. Okay, so this is going to also be the same. Is that we have to do another dimension here now for DZ. Oh. You're gonna hate me, but we do have to nest this a little bit further. You're gonna hate me for that, but yeah, that is kind of what we have to do. Okay, let's go back to calculating this first, though. Okay, so the immediate issue we see here is that this C isn't getting incremented, right? So we have to do Z plus equals cell size, okay? And so this is going to be Z, okay. So this is actually not as painful as you would think, okay? It's not that bad. It's really not. Okay, so that's actually all of that solid, fixed. So now it's just a matter of looping this. You're gonna hate me for doing that, but that is just kind of the way it goes, though. Okay, I don't really know what which yeah, it's probably here-ish. Okay, you hate to see it? Okay. Yeah, it is kind of annoying, the whole nesting thing right now. Okay, so y times grid width, that's not the correct way to index it, is it? Is it I think maybe. I always forget how to do that. Anyway, we're in the middle of writing this. Okay. So now it's going to be different because now it's if it's we also have to take in DZ into account, right? And then we have to once again find the index. I'm not 100% certain if this is the correct way to index this, but I think it is. Okay. So now we have to change the update loop, right? And if we're talking ballpark, we want to multiply everything by about 3. So that's going to become 9. But, you know, it is kind of ballpark, so we don't really know. Okay, so let's see. Error, syntax error. Oh, that would be that. Okay, so it was not the correct way to index this, actually, believe it or not. It was not the correct way to index it. I don't think that that's correct, though, either. But that should definitely not get us out of bounds. Wherever I malloc that, it's I definitely changed that, right? I did. Wait, what? Wait, oh my god. Are you kidding me? That's the craziest bug I've ever written. What? That's insane. Okay, but this is still mad. My goal and what I'm doing, I'm working on a 3D cellular automata right now. That's my goal. So I'm making the 3D graphics along with the back end and the math of it. That's my goal right now. So apparently I'm still going out of bounds, which is, you know, it's ridiculous because we have this and we're allocating it to this and we're still going out of bounds on that. Which is like, you know, really? Yeah, there's no music, I know. They're making another Scream? Bro, like, come on now. Like, they've taken a dump over that franchise, man, let me tell you. Yeah, I find it bizarre how we can mem copy into it and be fine, and then it's mad that that we just index it. Like, oh, it's doing this. I have to. Oh, so. Oh no. Okay. Well, that's not good. Yeah, the program is not responding. That is very true. We don't have to tell Microsoft about that one. We don't have to tell him about that one at all. Well, that's annoying. I guess my question is, like, can we actually just, like, draw without doing any of this and then just see if my logic is correct in terms of the rest of it? Just, like, populating the vertices and stuff. Like, let's not worry about the rest. Okay, it looks like no. It looks like no, in fact. Oh. Yeah, I think you want to do it for both. Okay, I mean... Yeah, I mean, mathematically this should work out fine. Theoretically. I hope it's not like the raw, like, memory of this that is a problem, because that would really be sucky. I have a feeling it might. But that would really suck. We can try making it, like, really small though. Like, we could try like 32 maybe. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Interesting. We are just rendering the whole thing, right? We are. Oh, very true. I didn't actually do that. Okay, but it's still just a 2D wall, man. Oh, is that how small it is? Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that is how small it is. Oh, okay. Well, that's the cube. That is the cube with everything inside of it. That's the entire cube. Okay. So, if we do this, we get nothing. To be fair though, we didn't actually initialize it. Okay, there we go. That's cool. So this is just like a random field. That's cool. And now for our updates. This is where it gets sketchy. Okay, it's not changing though. What? What is it? Why is it not changing? Did I trip myself up and it was this? No, I didn't trip myself up there. I did not trip myself up there. I mean, I still could be indexing wrong, just not in that manner. Oh, that's a big one. That's an oopsie. Okay, it's doing the thing again. Trying to see if there's any change whatsoever that's happening inside it. I don't think so. Huh. Maybe it's just actually, I think it's actually just this. Yeah. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I just don't know how to index things properly. So it died immediately. Which probably means that we have to limit this to less, like maybe 7, 8. I don't know. Okay, now that made it die more. Maybe there's like a different amount that's better. It keeps dying immediately. Yeah, it's interesting. It is organizing itself into rows. I mean, I'm probably indexing it wrong somehow. If it's organizing itself like that. Or maybe not. Yeah, it just breaks when you do a bigger amount than 32. So I'm guessing that that's some limitation within the vector thing. Like it's got to be a limitation because it's completely. It completely disappears. Like, I'm sure that even if we don't do the updating, I'm pretty sure that it just still will not break. Or not work. Yeah. Man, I wonder why that is. That's, It may just like be a memory issue within here, that there's some. Well, that's a bummer. Well, I'll have to figure that out. Oh yeah, why did I do that? Okay. Yeah, I'll have to figure that out, but yeah. Well, I might have to play around with the update stuff. It may also be that we won't be able to actually like get a good update thing until we do Lenia. So it may just be that we may have to. This is kind of cool. It's kind of incredibly noisy though, you know. Yeah. We might just have to play around with the values, I guess. Yeah, if you start to go too low with it, then it starts to kind of organize like that into rows. That's kind of what you don't want. Yeah. Well, we did it, I guess. It's not like, you know, the craziest thing of all time, but we did it. That's cool. It is kind of noisy. Like, I do wish that we could get it to a point where it wouldn't be so like randomized, but you know, if we don't use these exact parameters, then it quickly disappears, which is kind of sucky, I guess. Yeah. Whatever, man. Yeah, that's why I kind of wanted to try a bigger field, but, you know. Okay, well, next is going to be trying to implement, you know, linear kernels and stuff, but, yeah, it's going to be hard to do it in 3D space, especially if, you know. But we are going to be doing. I have to remember how to do all of this, to be honest. But we need to do a kernel convolution. So that's a whole other ball game, you know. I have to remember how to do all this. I'm looking at the implementation that I learned from last time. It's this Google Colab with all of it, you know. We basically have to create a kernel, and then convolve it around everything. But I don't really remember how to do that. Yeah, I probably just like have to, you know, work on that tomorrow. So I'm kind of like exhausted. I think I haven't, you know, streamed in a long time. But yeah, it takes it out of you. But yeah, so that's this. I will be live again soon. I'm gonna keep working on this. I really have to figure out like why the shading is kind of like not great. I don't think my normals are bad. I think it's just a D3D thing that I have to figure out. But yeah, I think it'll get a lot more smooth once we're convolving with kernels and stuff. Then we can actually see some organization. For now, it's going to be noisy. I kind of like expected it to not work since, I mean, we're working with either 0 or 1, you know? Like, it's either 0 or it's 1, right? There's no in between. So, for now, it's like, whatever. What am I working on? I'm making a 3D cellular automata implementation. The idea is to get Lenia into like a 3-dimensional space, which you know, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard, especially on old hardware like this. But that's the challenge, I guess. Right now, this is just Conway, basically, but soon, tomorrow maybe, I'm going to implement kernel convolution to, you know, to make this all more like more lifelike, you know. What is this? This is a project, like a cellular automata kind of experimentation project, where we're basically creating voxels, and then eventually we're going to be convolving kernels throughout it so that we can get life forms, you know. In 2D, this is commonly done in 2D, right? Because it's very computationally heavy, because we have to do, you know, kernel and Gaussian distributions and stuff. But I'm an asshole and I want to do it in 3D because 3D is cooler. But, you know, I did do it in 2D with, you know, FFTs and all that. But now the goal is in 3D, so it's a totally different ballgame. Anyway, yeah, so thanks, Zabi man. I mean, it is what it is. So, I can do this. Thanks. I hope I can. The problem is, like, now that I'm thinking about it, like, the issue with doing, like, 3D graphics like this when we don't have, like, an engine or library or anything like this, like, it's so nice when I'm inside of my, you know, game engine or whatever, is, like, because I have all the, like, the library that I've built up. I have a system for, you know, figuring out normals and stuff and, like, meshes and stuff like this. In here, I don't have any of that, right? So figuring out what you know, points live on what corner, you know, is it's gonna be difficult, right? But I think I have kind of the idea, right? Is that the idea is that we have a giant array, right, of all of the world space, basically, and I'm going to index into it via hashing, right? This would be times right, and so I'm just going to hash the position of each point, right? And inside of this place in the array, it's going to be, I'm going to hash in the normals that, the face normals that are around it, and then average inwards, right? That's kind of the goal. Is, would hashing make it faster? It isn't necessarily a thing about making it faster, right? It's that we need to pre-compute normals. We can't do it during runtime, right? Because it's like really, really, difficult. But hashing would make it faster. The thing is, we're not just going to have cubes permanently, right? The idea is to have isosurface, like an actual mesh that's being built up, not just cubes. And so when you have something like that, we can't do what we just did today with, averaging the normals manually, because that's, it's obviously, you can't do it manually, So the calculating the normals is going to be really difficult, really, really difficult. Yeah, it's going to be the hardest part probably. But I have to think more about it. But this idea is there's an idea here, right? Is that you have basically this is the array, right? Is you have all of the world space and then a certain amount of normals, and then you're just basically every time you hash into here, you just are adding normals, and then once you retrieve it, right, then you just divide it, I guess. It's not an easy thing though. Like, I'm sure that there's another way to do this that's like not as painful as that. I just don't know it, and I'd have to probably like look it up. But yeah, I mean, typically when you're doing things in terms of like a game engine, right, is that you are creating the meshes, right, in some other program, or maybe you generate it in your game engine or whatever. But the thing is, when you are generating emitting triangles, right, you always are keeping track of what face is what face for later, and that's just going to naturally be a bit difficult now, because we have to have that normal data beforehand. And if you're doing it like a game engine in OpenGL or whatever, you average those normals within a shader. You know what I mean? Like, that's not something you have to do on the CPU like this, like we're doing it by hand. It's not, you don't do that anymore. Nowadays you just do it in a shader. So it is a part of the challenge of working on old hardware, but it's kind of painful, but I'll figure it out. Anyway, thanks for watching. I think that this is cool. I really like I'm glad that the capture card works. I know that some parts of it were kind of jank or whatever, but all right, well, I'm going to eat because I'm very hungry, and tomorrow I will, or someday soon, I will come back and work more on this. But yeah, I'm happy with this idea. I came up with this idea the other day, and I was like, okay, this is my next project, because I think that this sounds kind of sick, and I'm surprised that people haven't done it yet. But yeah, peace out. Thanks for stopping by, and if anyone here wants to join the Discord or whatever, feel free. Love it when people talk in there. It's super awesome. All right. Yeah, have a good night, or good day, or whatever.